Hello, Skye everybody. Hello, hi. Thank you all for coming today. Hi, it's me, Skye Senfort. Feels like it's been a while yet again, which yes, it has. Again, thank you for coming today. And also, quick thank you to Rasin Dragory for the 32-month flex, and also YT Borg for the gifted membership. If you got one, please thank them. Rasin Dragory's message says, I can't stay for the live, but I'll make sure to watch the VOD. Thank you. For anyone who is unable to stay today, that's totally okay. Please feel free to watch the VOD. And I actually will try to remind myself to use the stream marker function so that I can put this into timestamps. Yeah. And Crispy, also thank you for the 32-month flex. Hello. So, as the title suggests, today we will be talking about what to expect as a corporate VTuber. Also, I would like to talk about things like auditions, mindset, working as a talent for a company. I also want to give suggestions to anyone who has just started their own company as well. So I want to give a bunch of different perspectives on it, I guess you could say. So, initially I asked for Marshmallow Q&As, so anonymous submissions, and I opened it to pretty much everybody. And but I will also be accepting Q&A questions here. And the structure of today's stream, also, as you can see, I have here in the background CSP. So our structure for today will be first, this is a bit untraditional. First is the Q&A, followed by me going off on a Skye monologue about what I think is the ideal work settings, mindset, workflow, etc. Because I feel this this entire section here is this entire section here is gonna be much longer than this one. Okay, so let me see. I think this is a good point to talk about. So who am I and why you should listen to me? Actually, hang on, let me put the stream marker before. Okay, stream marker added. All right, sweet. So, why you should listen to me? Who the hell am I? Somebody actually in the marshmallows asked this. I'm sorry, I have candy in my mouth. Asked this rather rudely, if I may add. So let's actually address this question first as we get into this. Hang on, where is it? Where is the file? Oh god, they're not arranged chronologically. Okay, sort by date. Is it this one? Hang on. As usual, and it's kind of expected with an anonymous sending service, but anyway, here. So, I really don't know what genuine advice you can give when your experience was so unique with A&, being the way that it was and having more info than fellow talents, and then joining Aegis just to ditch them literally on the first chance you got, even though they went out of their way to help you, letting you link up both Skye and Admira. Such an unfortunate thing too. I like Admira's design and she couldn't even last 1 year. Okay, first of all, very rude. Let me just say that everyone I've worked with knows that I did my best with all the cards that I have been dealt, and I didn't just ditch in the first opportunity. I worked hard, you know? So what kind of experience do I have, you ask? Well, I have a lot of things. Take it from my website. Hello, I am Skye Senfort, formerly known as Skye Shinryu from AN Project's First Generation Musea. Also, I have worked as Admira Wyvernheart of Aegis Link's First Generation. Sorry, in my head they have the rebrand name. Sind was the original name. But anyway, so I have a lot of experience from both companies, I would like to believe. And not only does it come from just the companies, but also as someone who has been in the VTubing field for give or take 5 years. This is including indie activities, and even further back than that, also illustration and live. Well, actually, no, live 2D came around the same time as VTubing for me. So as you can see, I have been to many events, more than I guess the average person has as a guest, as somebody who appears, both for meet and greets. What else? Panel appearances, performance appearances, both as Skye Senfort, formerly Skye Shinryu, and Admiral Wyvernheart. I have also done a lot of different kinds of work, mainly for myself, but also for other channels as well. I have done voiceover for Yiman's video when I was Admiral Wyvernheart. I have also done a lot of my own video editing, my live 2D rigging, my illustrations, my overlays. And then aside from that, I've also, yes, done other work for other VTubers. I've done merch illustration, character design, live 2D modeling. So I have experience as someone both back end and front end of just the general entire VTubing process, I suppose. And I do think that my opportunities that I've received as both an indie and as a corporate talent, and also an unofficial staff member once upon a time, with an agency that kind of just fell apart. So basically, well, not an honorary staff member. And I was just kind of watching from the sidelines. Oh God. So I think that all of these experiences give me kind of an edge, or different perspectives to view every part of the process, from production and development, from the model stage to developing your skills as a talent. Now, I may not have been a manager. I've never been a manager before. And also, I am no PR specialist either. However, I do think that in becoming a talent yourself, you do end up learning a lot of skills, especially when you've been part of the production so much, you need to figure out how to streamline your process, right? So that's my portfolio. And I think why my 2 cents are worth listening to. So yeah, all right. Yes, I kind of have been with a VTubing corporation, more so as a live 2D modeler staff member. I don't know why I was involved in more, but that's just scope creep, which is something we definitely need to talk about. Okay, now let me add another stream marker because that ends my introduction. So now we can go over into let me see. By the way, this candy, it's sugar-free. Don't worry. I'm not raising my blood sugar. Okay, so let me just bring in the questions. This is the Q&A part. And did I use the marker? I think I did. Well, you know what? It's fine. I will choose to believe that I used the marker. Anyway, so for our first question itself, we've got here, ahem. I'd love to hear about what your audition videos were like. What aspects you think helped you best move on to the interview round. Oh wait, one thing I forgot to mention. I will avoid saying anything specific about either of the companies, since, you know, I need to respect the privacy of well, you know, NDA stuff and everything. So I will give you, as someone who has just been working a lot in this field, what my ideal workflow and like structure is. So this is inspired by my experience, but not exactly theirs. But regarding this question, audition videos. Okay, so I've applied to a lot of agencies, and when I mean a lot, I mean a lot. I have mentioned this back in, gosh, was it 2024? When I first debuted with Musea, and then in March when memberships opened, like a month after, was it? And I was telling everyone that I applied to so many agencies. I have almost been a bunch of other VTubers that you guys may have seen or known, but they ended up being someone else. Now, okay, so my audition videos, the structure was like, hi, my name is introduce. Actually, I don't recommend doing that anymore. But like you have to open with something a bit interesting than just, hi, I'm so and so, and this is my experience so and so. You know how like I feel like the audition video tutorials or suggestion videos from other VTubers, especially those who have applied to, like, say, Hololive or Niji-Sanji, they give you tips. I feel like that's the ideal to go about. But if you're going to ask me for, like, mine specifically, it was very, hi, my name is this and that. I do this and that. Here's my experience, and then here's my portfolio. And then I also talked about the equipment I had, which honestly should have just been text. It shouldn't have been it shouldn't have been spoken word. That was for the AN project audition. Yeah, oh god. So it felt very plain Jane. However, I do think that my general experience as someone who has used and piloted and configured live 2D models a lot helped. And aside from that, my singing capability as well, and my, well, eagerness to learn a lot of things and do everything myself. Yes, the actual corporate interview. Yeah, I very much treated it like a regular corporate interview, basically. It just so happened that I was showcasing my creative portfolio as well. Yeah, so let me see. Now for entering, I know it's just best moving on to the interview round. Oh, some other things to note. There will be questions that are closer to, like, how would you operate in a corporate setting, or like how would you work in a team, stuff like that, right? That is mandatory because you will be working with other people, right? Yeah. Let me see. Hang on. What's going on? Huh? Are you guys still talking about the stream, guys? I'm sorry. I'm not sure if I am getting your context right, but let's keep everything, whatchamacallit, let's keep everything related to the question at hand, I suppose. Sorry if I'm not understanding right, but yeah. Anyway, I'm moving on. So, let me see. I think if you have experience in knowing how you work well and how you work with others is very crucial, because you will be working with a team, right? I will touch upon this more later, but basically, if you haven't had any experience working together with people on projects or getting things done for someone, working for someone else, then I think that would make you a less appealing candidate. Now, of course, every agency is different, every hiring team is different, right? So what I think might be ideal for a candidate might not be ideal for a different company, especially like back then when VTubing was still very new. I to this day, I think the standard is still pretty loose. And that's another reason why I'm having this stream, is we don't really have any standard expectations, standard practices, and we don't have an FDA or an OSHA telling us like, yeah, your operations and your product are good to go. And I think that can lead to how do you say? Okay. If we look at the industry right now of the medium-sized corporate VTubing scene, there are agencies closing left and right? We cannot deny this fact. Everybody I know, every agency I've seen for the past 5 years or more, it's just gone. So I think that by having some form of standard expectation, it'll lead to more stability in an agency and among talents. And I don't know, I think it's so vital. And it's unfortunate that everything is kept so hush-hush, because it's hard to share your knowledge this way, right? So I'm just trying my best to formulate all the knowledge and experience that I have to hopefully share it with each person who's involved in this industry, both talent, management, and fans alike, so we can figure out how we can stabilize this thing, Okay, so let me see. I'm not sure if that fully answered your question, because the interview process, you didn't really exactly ask for the interview process itself, so I will hold off on that, but thank you very much for your question. All right, so now let's go on to the next one here. All right, so we have, do you think coming clean about your relationship status is a good idea before applying to a company? I personally think you should, if you get that far in the audition process, you should ask them what they think, like tell them about it, and then ask them what they think, because again, every agency is different, every team is different, so whether it's a good idea or not, but I don't know, but for me personally, I would go and ask like, hey, is this okay? And adapt just depending on their response. Okay, so that's for that question. Thank you very, very much. Now, we've got this other question here. How to start off a VTuber career strong for 2026? Right off the top of your head, what do you feel is required right from the get-go? Zoom, zoom, zoom. Okay. The field is far more saturated now than back in 2019, or heck, even 2016, when VTubers weren't live streaming but making videos, hence virtual YouTuber instead of virtual streamer, right? So in any field that is obviously extremely saturated, you're gonna need to be as eye-catching as possible. And I think also in general with content creation, the bar of quality is already really high from the beginning, which is very difficult. So if you want to become, if you want to do VTubing for a living, make it your job, first of all, that's very difficult. But you're gonna need to invest, be it time or money, time and energy or money into this. Actually, no, you need to invest all three. But stuff like your assets, right? I think the most important is having a design. It doesn't have to be a model. A PNG or like a GIF is totally okay. Please, if you are just starting this, please start small. Please start on a hobby level first and see if you like it or not. Because if you just see, wow, stardom, I want to do that, and then you jump into it immediately, you are going to burn yourself. Not just burn out, but you might just find out like, dang, I spent like $1,000 on this model and I realized I don't even like streaming, So, yeah, definitely start on a hobby level first. Now, I think I've seen other people say this, but aside from having a strong visual brand, I do think that audio is very, very important. More people are likely to click off from a stream if your mic sounds like an Xbox headset microphone from 2000 and like, I don't know, than if your model's a little crunchy, right? So a strong career in this day and age, yeah, it's gonna be like trying to be just a regular popular Twitch streamer. It's essentially the same thing. We are just a subset of live streaming, and live streaming is just a subset of content creation. And as you may have seen, the environment of both Twitch and YouTube is kind of abysmal. You may have seen that on mobile, YouTube is limiting the reach of live streams for channels under 1,000 subscribers. This was a preventative measure because of people abusing the YouTube system to show shocking and inappropriate content. Making spam accounts and then just putting up stuff. So you can blame those people. I'm not trying to bootlick YouTube here. YouTube still needs to fix a lot of stuff. But that's just on mobile, by the way. On PC, you're fine, but that probably means your account will be showcased more to users who are more on their computer than on their phone. And please note that the mobile user base of YouTube, I'm pretty sure, is very sizable, so it's unfortunate if you miss out on that. But okay, that's another thing. Being aware of your platforms, of your market environment. Now that's another thing. It's a career, right? So you need to be aware of your market and the environment you're in. So you can't just think about a game you want to play and then play it. You can't, again, start from a hobby level, but once you start exploring into the more professional level, then you gotta start thinking about all of this stuff. Now it can come step by step, but please note, this is something that you'll have to think about going into it. So it's not just I play viral game, I buzz, I go viral, and then everybody subscribes to me, and then I get to do everything I want. It's not like that. Very, very, very rare cases will it ever be like that. But for the majority of us, you will have to work towards that. So audio quality, a good visual design. If you don't know how to draw, again, you can always commission an artist. If you do not have money for that, I highly suggest that you either learn how to draw, or if you take inspiration from things, right? Like if there's a dress-up game and you end up with something that looks kind of cute, try to redraw it in your style. Or there is Vroid. Okay, again, I am not going to condone any use of generative AI for things like this, because in a field where everything is basically, the pillars of it are people creating things, and you yourself, a content creator, are creating something. You gotta have that integrity. That's for me, Oh, sorry, I hit the microphone. Let me see. You don't need original BGM. There's Dova syndrome. There's you can buy some tracks. Let me see. For overlays, there's a bunch of free overlays or ready-made ones that you can buy off of VGen or off of Booth. Again, it's totally okay to cobble something together that's free. Because if you have, how even if an artist is working with fries and ketchup, they can still make a really cool portrait. If you have a strong vision and good skill to direct your content, which is another topic we'll delve into, by the way, to direct your content, even if you're using assets and tools that maybe aren't custom made for you or maybe aren't the highest quality, if you can present it well, people will eventually take notice of that. And I say will because we're also at the mercy of the algorithm, right? So there is that. So I guess to boil it down, a PNG, an at least decent microphone. And then I guess also at least decent internet connection, because if you don't have that, you're not gonna be able to stream. And let me see. I do think also you need to learn how to just keep talking. If you, okay, this is a learned skill, and I know that also not everybody is super comfortable with it. Just think of it as constantly monologuing and narrating everything that you do, everything that you see. So if you don't have an audience to bounce off of, which I know can be very discouraging for a lot of people, like people think like, if I just had one person to bounce off of, maybe I'd be able to just keep doing that. Try your best to practice speaking by yourself. Like, imagine you are a public speaker. Your audience, you're doing a TED talk, right? So your audience you don't ask them, and you don't, get their input on it, but you're presenting everything that you have, right? Think of it like that and practice it. Now, this is where skills outside of just streaming come in. Public speaking workshops, reading books on how to communicate, things like that. Because when streaming, it is still very much even if it's more one-sided, a person-to-person type of event. I'm sorry, lately words have been struggling to come to mind. Yeah. Let me see. PLDT. Gosh. Some tips for choosing, I'm not sure if this applies in every country, but tips for choosing a good internet provider. Depending on your area, if you can find out how many people are using a certain service in your area, pick the one that's less commonly used so that you have less congestion. And then also, if you can find out when the cables in your area were put up, like if they're from the 80s, you're gonna struggle. But if there's like newer cables that'll give you a better connection, that'll help a lot. Let me see. If you have a family who is using your Wi-Fi and all the Ethernet, if you can, buy yourself a separate modem or whatever, and make sure that connection is just for you. Put a password on that. Make sure that they don't use it, So yeah. Again, start on a hobby level, please. Please, I'm begging you. Don't sink so much money into this. From the get-go, work up towards it, and also people will be able to join you on that journey. Although yes, it's very saturated, and maybe you will feel like people won't give you the time of day if your model isn't that nice, or if your audio is not that nice either. It's a mix of things, really. So it's kind of hard to say, but try to aim for what look at a streamer that you like, right? Look at someone who's successful and you like their content. What kind of mic quality do they have, right? How's the visual presentation of their stream? Do you think that would work for you? Do you think that's within your budget? And if it's not, what compromises can you make? And we can talk more about this later on in production when I go off on my other monologues, answering, actually not questions, but yeah. I hope that this helped answer. I feel like I didn't exactly answer your question, but I hope it helped. Thank you very, very much for that question. All right, so now let's go over to the next question. Hey, Seiya. Who am I, Saint Seiya now? As someone building up a program to support X-Corp VTubers with getting back to their passion, I would like to ask, what do you think brings the most value to an agency management, except for maybe not having to handle all those Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship offers? I'm sorry, but handling those sponsorship offers is definitely a plus. Okay, so a program to support X-Corp VTubers getting back to their passion. What brings most value to an agency management? Okay, since you mentioned sponsorships, I'm gonna start from there. Is the liaison the right word? Being the middleman between a sponsorship or collaboration or other service providers. Being the middleman for the talent is a big bonus because of privacy. So you never know when giving your full name to a sponsor is, gonna lead to something else, right? Or like giving your address to receive something, right? So having management take care of that and then, sending it for you is a big bonus. Let me see. Also, let me see. It really depends per person, right? But for me, reasons why I join a corporation, which are now much more different now compared to when I first started out. So now I would like somebody who is able to get me in contact with service providers who do not accept individuals. So I've been trying to look at popular JP artists, the kinds with like 60,000, maybe 100,000 followers on Twitter, right? And I love their art style, but then I go check their website or their description and it says we are not accepting requests from individuals at present. And that always makes me really sad, which means, there's just a lot of really cool people that you will never be able to work with if you are a medium or small size indie. Now, if you were a much, much, much bigger indie, then you would have a chance. So that's one thing. And then aside from that, helping, how do I space out expenses for big projects? So as an indie, because everything's coming out of your own pocket, it can be quite difficult to fund projects, which is why you see me doing everything by myself, because I do think that agencies, if they're able, like, I don't know if you could give me a payment plan or something, or if it's because the content will be going to your, if it's going to be like an actual agency and you want the content creators' content to represent you could turn that into an investment for your agency or your agency's channel, and then you fund it. And it just so happens that you're, imagine it's like making an ad, right? So you have the brand, and then you have, like, I don't know, the marketing company, right, who gets all of the workers together, the actors, the music producers, the directors, blah blah blah, and they put together the promotional content for the brand, and then they release it out to the public. That's another thing. I do think that at least currently the public image of an agency is you are both the brand and the producer, the marketing producers, right? So you're kind of lumped into one, and it just so happens that your actors are in-house, I guess. So that's another thing. You need to have good administrative and people skills as well to be able to be the middleman between everybody. Now, again, I think this will differ from person to person. Like, for example, some people might want more help with social media management to stay relevant and engaging on social media, like having to always post every single day to fight the algorithm, or posting regularly, and like learning how to space out content. See, here's the thing. You can learn how to do that by yourself, but it is very hard, which is why I have decided to take a backseat from streaming, as you've seen, right? So, let me see. That's one other thing. I think also it's important for management to teach their talents as well. Now, I don't think it's an extremely big bonus if you have the know-how and knowledge of someone who's been in the field. So somebody who is either a Vtuber fan, or actually, I do think VTuber fans can give good insight. However, you need more knowledge than just being an avid viewer. You need to think about stuff like, okay, how do people keep up with trends? How do I make this more streamlined for the SEO? Now, this is veering into the territory of a SEO marketing specialist or marketing producer, right? I think it's important to teach talents that, because if you don't have, like, say for example, either the time or manpower, because I think this is common knowledge for any startup, right? For almost any startup, is that you don't have that many people, that many resources. So you need to, like, everyone needs to pitch in, basically, right? So you need to be able to teach people how to help take care of that. And if you, the talent, constantly just expect staff to do everything for you, that's not exactly fair. And I do think the matter of money also complicates this a lot. Cause say for example, I'm working on a commission that is really big, but I'm only getting paid like $50 for it, right? So if the amount of work I'm doing for this commission does not meet up to what I value my time for, that's gonna cause friction. And I think this is where yes, money complicates everything. So, because, you know, if you're making this your full-time job, you're gonna need to live, right? You're gonna need money to live. And then, let me see. Pay splits do complicate things. So that's, I guess, for you in the management and the talent. Okay. I know we have a lot of companies putting out there, like, we have competitive rates between our other competitors, and then they list it on their website, right? I was talking with my dad recently, he has worked in the corporate field, not VTubing, but in lots of companies. And he also, I met his former not exactly co-workers, the people who used to work under him, and, you know, they really look up to my dad. And from what I've heard from my dad and his achievements, he knows how to manage people well and work with people well. When we talk about the VTubing industry, and when I showed him the publicly listed rates, he said that's not right. He likened it more to being a sports manager. Now, let me explain the caveat in a minute. So, a sports manager, or anybody who manages a lot of people, usually should only really take about maybe 5 to 10% of the person's earnings, because majority of the value and the work tends to come from the people that are being managed. And then now, I think the main problem with that is, say for example, if you're an athlete, although you are given training regimens and coaching, a lot of that skill and work comes from you. But in a VTubing agency, yes, all the skills and work do come from you. However, you are usually given an IP or assigned an IP, right? That doesn't belong to you and is a significant is a significant investment from that agency. And as somebody who has made live 2D models for a very long time, they are extremely expensive, especially if you're hiring people with really big names. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, because I was looking at people with very big names in the Illustrator scene, they can cost well to like 100,000 yen. How much is 100,000 yen in dollars? 100,000 JPY to USD. Is that right? Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000. So $641, which, you know, actually that's a pretty decent price now that I'm thinking about it, in like at least the US market of VTuber models. However, Like you can also see models being listed at like $1,000 too as well, maybe $2,000. It really depends. Actually, wait, no, I don't think I've seen anyone at 100,000. Wait, hang on. Let me see if I can find. Is there somebody whose page I bookmarked? Well, anyway, you get the point, right? But that's just for the model and model parts. Then comes the live 2D rigging. And then aside from that, they also have to invest in your stream assets, so your overlay, your background, your music if you want one, your logo. And on top of all of this, they also have to pay commercial fees, which usually in the in the commission scene tends to be anywhere between 100% plus, so like 100% of the added value, or like 300% of the original value. So it can get very expensive. Which is why when I went back to doing commissions, I was like, I don't think majority of corporations, unless they're like Hololive, are gonna be able to afford this. So I ended up dialing back my commercial rates fees to a maximum of just plus 60%. So the commission would end up being like 1.6 times the original price instead of 3 times the original price. About 9K-ish these days, if I recall. I see. But your paid exposure, no, that's another thing. You need integrity of paying your service providers properly, or else, unhappy people will speak out, Let me see. So, what else do I... Gosh, I went on a really long tangent. Holy shit. What else do I think brings value to an agency management? That's the thing. It'll really vary from person to person. And I think it's important from person to person to figure out what it is that you specifically need. Because an agency might expect, like, okay, we're going to provide our talents with an IP. Maybe, let me see. Maybe we'll get them some YouTube ads. Or maybe they might just depend on virality as well. Or... Let me see. We're going to... Let me see what else. What can management do? We're going to coach them on what we think is good content for them. But a talent might think like, oh, I don't want coaching. I know what's good for me. I want to figure out how to get my content specifically out there to people who are looking for that kind of content. Like, how do I make it so that people can find me more easily, right? So, instead of a content specialist, you need a marketing specialist, right? So that's, I think providing direction, delegation of tasks is a big one. Delegation of tasks and being clear in what needs to be done and when it needs to be done and how it needs to be done is very important. Okay, so like how when I take in commissions, I will have a form, right? So you will need to provide me references in this format, or like say for example, live 2D commission. I need your PSD to be able to see it and check it and see if it's ready for rigging. Now, if you liken that to being in an agency, for example, let's say you're making an original song and the person mixing for you, let's say we hired somebody to mix for your original song, doesn't take MP3 files, but you export in an MP3 files. Now you need to re-export, or at worst, if, say for example, you forgot to save your project, you're gonna need to re-record everything again and then export in a .wav file. That's like a really bad case scenario, but it's realistic. It can happen. So you need... I think it's important to consult people who have been in production, who have been in the field. What are the common formats and standard of operation, standard of procedure to go by, and then provide the layout, the form of what your talents need to do. That some people expect that, but some people also don't really expect that. Now, if you, an agency, don't have that experience or manpower, I think, for example, you need to adjust your pay split properly, because if the talent ends up doing all of that and you are basically providing them the brand, then you need to leverage the workload and pay, right? So that's what I think. Let me see. Now, again, please note, I've only had online VTuber corporation experience. I don't know what it's like in, say, for example, a TV agency or the actual TV entertainment or bigger corporation agencies with their management, which honestly, one day I kind of want to interview and ask what it's like there, because if there are successful agencies that have lasted for more than a decade in TV or in media and publishing, what can we learn from our predecessors in that media format to apply to this very new media format, right? Because there's got to be something, Let me see. Yes, timelines and emails following up would be a godsend for projects. Okay, this applies in any field. Being able to communicate on time, follow-ups, making sure that everyone is doing their thing and submitting. Take a school project, for example. You are writing a paper. You have two other group mates. One of them has ghosted you, and the other one has submitted a very, very messy related literature page, which is in the wrong crediting format. I forgot what it's called. And you're like, hey, we're supposed to use this format, not that one. And please get it done by this date so I can consolidate it and make sure, everything's out on time. And then you're trying to get to the person, your other group mate, who is just not responding. And so in that case, you're gonna need to tell them, hey, look, if you're not gonna submit what's required for our project, I'm either gonna ask our advisor to get you off this project and you will, not get credited, or I'm just gonna remove your name and then explain afterwards. I think also for an agency, it is important to learn how to have a firm hand. You can't baby your talents. This is a job. And you are an agency investing your money into a talent. And likewise, talents, you need to understand that as a job, you need to keep your job. Now, I think it is important to be human and understand there are circumstances that happen. However, if it keeps happening again and again, and or say an employee breaks your conduct of the company, you need to you can't just be like, all right, we didn't really like what you did, but you need to have, oh god, is it the carrot and stick that I'm thinking of? I'm not really sure, but you need to know how to punish, I suppose. Is punish the right word? Okay, the cuteness will make that harder for some. Okay, thing is, you are not working with the model. Is it this thing you see here? If you are a manager, this is not what you are interacting with. You are interacting with full legal name, insert here, a person of 20 plus years old, ideally, and who should know how to, who should know how to pay their bills and pay their taxes. You are not working with Uwu Baby, okay? You hired someone, and you need to remember that, okay? So that's very important. And likewise, as someone who works for an agency, you also need to understand your worth and what you want out of your agency, and make sure that they're treating you right. Because also, if they're treating you badly, you don't deserve that either. And please note that on both sides of communication, everybody needs to be civil. There's a reason why there is Corpo speak. You can't fling stuff at each other, because you're just gonna get hurt, you're gonna get upset, and no work is gonna get done. Okay? So you definitely need good people skills. My God, please have an HR. So I think the difficulty in having also very little manpower is that if you don't have someone to both act as a not a referee, what's the term, a third party to a mediator. If you don't have a mediator, things get very difficult to handle between whichever staff member and whichever like talent, for example. So God, please, yes, have HR. Have someone with good people skills, someone who knows the code of conduct, and also make sure that it gets make sure that it gets it's practiced by all members of the company, no exceptions, right? Yeah. I think that's a big growing pain for the VTubing world, the lack of actual professionalism and accountability. If these were real world jobs, many people would not pass. Yes. I think it also stems from VTubing or just streaming in general being a very casual thing. It stemmed from, well, gaming is a hobby. It's something people do in the relaxing time, and that a lot of people do from the comfort of their homes. So you're not really in the mindset of, yeah, this is work, right? And I think the culture behind it also has led to a very casual setting most of the time. So I think I think I remember one of the Face Connect girls, I'm not sure if it was Pip Artenma or one of the other Face Connect girls, saying that this is very much a job, and that's how basically Face Connect has stayed live for so long. Sometimes it sucks, sometimes it's good. You need to weigh everything that you value. And also as a company, you need to weigh everything that you value in your talent as well and see what can be done. Now, in some cases, if the balance is just really out of whack and nothing can be done, maybe it is best to cut ties. In other cases, also, change doesn't happen quickly. It happens very slowly, which is why it can also be hard to tell if things are going in a good direction or not, right? Let me see. A lot of VTubing and streaming world is young, and despite people having the skills, the experience of the professional world is pretty rare. Yeah. I feel like I'm going into the tangents that I wanted to talk about later, actually. Oh gosh. Maybe I might end up not having much more to talk about later. But anyway, so excuse me. So I think, yeah, having people with actual experience in certain positions such as HR or marketing, let me see, having someone also who is very knowledgeable on the production side, so somebody who knows how video editing works, how art making works, how video clipping and editing works, music, etc. Now, they don't necessarily have to make stuff like that in the company. They can just be, like how game studios have art directors, and then they have the actual artists working under them. So the art director is the person who rounds up everyone's work together and basically standardizes it and makes it homogeneous, makes it work well with the vision of the director, right? So you need someone like that. Ideally, now, I understand that for a startup, it's hard to have that kind of money. And also, having too many people is not a good idea either, I think. Now, I'm not experienced in overhiring. My dad once told me a story about overhiring, and it's never fun to let people go. But I guess, okay, Are you guys familiar? I'm sure there are business majors in here somewhere, right? So you have, say in your market, you have a problem, right? So you go ahead and research what needs to be done. So this includes like feedback and observation. Observe, and then you develop a solution, right? Okay, now from research, you employ the solution, what you believe to be a good solution for this issue, right? And then as that solution is employed, you observe again. And then you also, you revise, right? You observe and revise. And if it's working well or if it's not working well, and usually you'll end up finding another problem, etc., etc. Actually, no, the observe to see how it's going, right? Basically, the revise ends up going here. So, right, this ends up getting added to in here, right? So anyone can do this. I'm not kidding when I say anyone can do this. Anyone can find a problem, and anyone can try to learn how to figure it out. Now, you don't have to have the knowledge initially. You can have consultants, or you can go ahead and learn and find out the experience yourself. And with that, you'll be able to employ the solution and ideally come to a good solution that'll help everybody. And of course, problems will always arise because that's just the way the world works. So, basically, this cycle is what you're supposed to do to keep your business going, right? Now, if someone comes to you with a problem, see if you can all figure out a solution together. And let me see. If there are no problems, that's not a good thing. Well, not exactly. I mean, it's good to have no problems, but it's always good to be on the lookout for them, you know? So, you can, whatchamacallit? You can have maybe just one or two people working on this, but also another issue is time. Now, speaking from the pre-AN corporate experience that I was an honorary staff member for, because I'm pretty sure I don't have an NDA for this one. I'm actually pretty damn sure I don't have an NDA for this one. So, from what I observed, there was very little manpower and very little time because everyone was busy earning money elsewhere. Okay, let's face it, streaming, unless you're extremely successful, doesn't really pay the bills. So usually, at least from what I've observed, is that people have other things they're attending to. And the issue of time, being able to dedicate the time to observe and research and learn to better the company might be a hurdle because you may not have the time or manpower to do that. How to resolve this? It's not like people can just give up their jobs. If you can, and or basically get a job or a position that gives you more time to be able to dedicate to this, then that's cool. That's great. Make sure to take care of yourself because you're also human. Let me see. It's hard because like if you're also asking like a consultant on like a volunteer basis, maybe they don't have that much time. So seeing change and improvement might be difficult, especially also if like you're not able to basically upkeep and check in on it, right? What if the people who are supposed to do this is out of touch? I think it's important to bring it up to people and discuss, because if you're out of touch, that just means you don't know or you don't understand. And while ignorance can be bliss, it's not bliss for everyone else around you. So I think it's also the duty of other people to bring it up and discuss it and educate. And then if a compromise can't be met or an understanding can't be met, that is unfortunate. There isn't much that can be done. But if you do come to a compromise and understanding and everyone agrees to improve the situation, then that's good, right? Okay, so yeah, that's the thing. In a corporation, everyone has a responsibility to each other. Because for some people, maybe it's their side thing, maybe it's their livelihood. But most of the time, in a VTubing agency, it is someone's dream. Someone dreams of being somewhere big, being someone influential, maybe just being just showing their content to a lot of people. And I think maybe even more than money, having your dream become something frustrating can be pretty disheartening. So yeah, everyone, both talent and management, need to be able to work together to achieve that. Yeah. Now, some people may see it more corporately, like I do, like it's a job, right? So it really depends from person to person. But again, we all have a part. We all need to work together to improve upon it. Okay. I feel like rather than just saying one-liners, I hope my entire explanation helped bring what I think brings value to an agency. You know, I hope I explained it well enough. Thank you for your question. That was a really long explanation. Holy moly. Let's move on to our next question here. So, as someone who has been in corpos, why do you think that so many eventually fail to look at hololive phase, etc., and think, okay, they treat their employees with respect? Obviously, that's one of the areas we should zag instead of zig. Okay, so again, going back to my previous explanation and also adding a caveat, hololive is an extremely big company. They have do they have investors? I forget, but basically they have a lot of money. They have also now, currently, unlike 5, maybe a few more years back, they have a lot more presence and say and experience. So they, from what I understand, I haven't gone that deep into researching hololive. They had their growing pains too. But because the industry was very young, I think a lot of them just kind of like toughed it out and tried to figure it out. They went public years ago. Oh, okay, yeah, they have investors now. So let me see. I think from what I can tell, like just observing it from an outsider's perspective, in hololive, it looks like they have a lot of bureaucracy to go through, from getting streaming permissions to specific things that they can and can't do on a stream. I think it works for the people who understand and have the right expectations of hololive, and in return, they get to do some really, really cool projects and work with a company of such big renown, right? So I think it's important to also for a company to understand what they want to do. Hololive is different from Phase Connect. Hololive, I think someone has recently described hololive as like Sanrio. They have a lot of talents who have become very much brands, you know, like Hello Kitty. You have Marin Sencho in her songs on figures and things like that. And also they have they have brand deals and collaborations, right? A reasonable comparison. Different circumstances work for different people as long as you know what to expect going in. Yes. So as a company, you need to understand what it is that you want to achieve, what you will provide to achieve that, and make sure that your talents understand that, and make sure that you all work towards that goal. Now, I think there's also on the flip side, where a company wants to nurture talents. So, and like basically just watch them grow, rather than have them achieve their vision. I still think it's really important to have a vision of how you want these talents to grow and like your brand identity, because having a brand identity all over the place is gonna be difficult. Like being a variety streamer is difficult, right? So let me see. Again, expectations by understanding yourself and the people you work with. I think that's important, because like, say for example, I went to a bakery and I expected cookies, but they only sell bread. I'm gonna be like, well, what the hell? Why do they only have bread? I wanted cookies, right? So that kind of stuff, or like being given, like, you know, the expectation and the want and the assumed promise of having a cookie when it's not actually there is gonna lead to talent frustration. And Why am I receiving a phone call? I am not gonna answer that. It's from a number I do not know. So let me see. Yeah. I do think that agencies can and do treat their employees with respect. I can't speak for every single agency, and again, everything is different. And from what I can tell, from all the previous agencies that are now sadly defunct, the standards for everything work very, very differently. Now, these can be both cultural differences, these can be personal differences, and it can be difficult to manage all of that when you're online and international, right? I'm sure we have VTubers from all over the world working in one company, right? So it's important for everyone to understand and have, again, that standard to be able to... Standards are not supposed to be stifling, in my opinion. Standards are supposed to be something that help guide you. Hang on, I'm gonna have to answer that later. Oh god. Is it important? I'm not sure. But anyway, so yeah, standards, you know how like you need to know the rules before you break them. So like yeah, standards are meant to be guides and help you develop your expectations and work towards something specific rather than strangle you into a box, right? So in my opinion, something that would be good management is, okay, us as a company, we have this goal. Let's say, for example, we want you to perform a concert at an arena one day. That's our big dream for you talents. Let's say that as an example. So we have expectations of that you will sing, or maybe you will rap or whatever. And I think in the hiring process, you should try to abide by that towards that goal as well. And we want to have these kinds of projects. What kind of content do you make as a talent? And how can we help integrate that towards our goal? So I think ideally from the audition process in the beginning, you should choose people who you'll be able to easily integrate towards your goal. Now say for example, we want funny, or like our goal is to have you on a talk show, like the late night with whoever the host is right now, and we want to pick funny VTubers. What kind of content do you make that we can curate and help develop so that we can get you on the late night show with whoever the host is right now, right? So yeah, I think because if you have someone with shared goals and expectations, it'll be easier for you all to work together towards that, right? Now changes can happen, especially if you are new to the VTubing scene, or if you've never had a corporate or other job before, or if you are young and maybe you don't have that much life experience yet. I think I was pretty young when I entered AN Project, and maybe basically just a lot of things when you start out, and then as you work along, and then you figure out like maybe I do want to shift, or I want to change things. That can happen, and I don't really think it's anybody's fault. I think it's normal for people to change as they grow older and they have more life experiences, right? So you can also either try to see if you can still align your goals somehow. That's another thing. Or see if there's any other way, I don't know, like make a branch unit under your company. I don't know. There's a lot of things you could do, honestly. And sometimes you do just end up having to either let go. Either party might have to let go, right? So yeah, I think expectations, understanding, being clear, and understanding as much as you can about the general process is really important. Let me see. So even some of the newer-ish Holo JP members have mentioned that they have no idea what they were signing up for when they started. Yeah, that's the thing. I think anyone who looks at stardom of any degree, or actually who idolizes any kind of career in any level, like for example, a kid sees, well, this is from my experience, sees the tutorial of drawing Lilo and Stitch on the Disney Channel, and you know, seeing the animators talk about how they developed the shape style of Lilo and how they, you know, draw her character, and I think, wow, art is so cool, they made that thing I love, I want to be just like them. And then years later you get into the work and you're like, holy shit, this is hard, I have to talk to people and I have to manage my time, and then I also have to feed myself, you know, stuff like that. There's just a lot of things you don't know going in. So you know how if you want to work, like I feel like I've read this allegory or whatever somewhere, if you want to work in theater, if you want to be an actor one day, work as a backstage hand, especially if you have like stage fright or whatever, and learn about the process behind making a musical or theater production. And with that knowledge in mind, you'll also be better able to understand how to utilize your backstage, your props, your whatever, when you are on the front stage, right? Like maybe you learn something about the lights and the way they shine on you while you're on stage that you wouldn't have known had you never experienced what it's like being a stagehand, right? I like how she just described average adult things. I mean, you know, that's the thing. A job is more than just the things that you do. It's the things you do it for also. Whether that be for money or for your, you know, for your self-actualization or realization or your goals. It can be also just a means to an end, but I think specifically in a creative field, it's definitely more than just that. Especially because you as a person become the product as a streamer, right? So that can also lead to some realizations of yourself as well and how you feel becoming a product, basically. I think, like me, for example, in the beginning, when I first debuted under AN Project, I had a really hard time coming to terms with it, and I didn't like it. And that led to my break for like, oh my god, how many months did I go on a break for? And then eventually I came to terms with it. And as you practice and you kind of develop your understanding and how you feel about this, and then I realized that rather than just being a product, I am someone who has something that they want to share with the world. And while I will end up being known for these things, and also myself as a personality, that's not all who I am. So there's that too. Okay, I think we're veering away from the main topic here. So I am going to wrap up that explanation. I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for that question. We will be moving on to the next one. Okay, here. Ahem. As a male, will it be hard to work for an agency behind the scenes? I want to work for a corpo and really help out talent that I believe have a lot of potential, but I think it would be hard to land a job in a VTubing agency just because I'm a man. I understand the implications, but all I really want is to help the talent grow. Me personally, I think that's absolutely no problem. This will vary from person to person. Maybe there are girls who do not want to see another male in their vicinity, but I do not care what gender you are, what you represent yourself as long as you do your job right and you stay professional, that's all that matters. Okay, so if you do your job, you do it well, you could be anyone. you could be Remy the rat from Ratatouille, and if you do your job exceptionally well, I won't give a damn. You know, that's what matters, getting your job done. So I personally think it's no issue. It's actually kind of funny how many problems people find with VTubers and the corpos is average adult things. It's because it's an agency, it's a business, it's a job, you know? And like with any business and job, there are all sorts of adult problems, you know? I'm pretty sure, like, hell, office politics, if your office is, I don't know, established and old enough. Let me see. I think this question is kind of misunderstanding how few people care about gender for behind the scenes work. They just want work to happen. Yeah. I think, the only time gender becomes a quote unquote issue is the front end where you are the talent. Now, rather than an issue, it's just a matter of what the market is just currently like. If you're a male VTuber, you tend to have female fans, right? Or at least way more female fans than a female VTuber would. As we've seen many times with VTubers posting their analytics, we have like 99% male viewership, right? So there's and there just happens to be more male nerds out there, from what I understand, and also anime and whatnot. Although it has become a much more widely spread thing between all gender demographics, it's still predominantly male. So, and I don't think, well, like with regular streamers, there are a lot of people who like watching, male streamers. Like all the famous streamers that I first think of are like Queso, Asmongold, Moist Critical, does he stream? RT Game, though I watch his YouTube videos more than I watch his streams. They're all guys when they first come to mind. And I guess if you ask a guy, like who just watches regular old streamers, maybe they might list guys more. But of course, there's other streamers like Valkyrie, Lily Pichu, Pokimane, RT's friend, Miss Cupcakes. I think that's her name, right? So I guess what you need to do is just market research, figure out like what kind of demographic you'd end up getting or you're most likely to attract. Yeah. There's a female audience out there for a certain type of content. Well, there's a type of audience for every type of content out there. And, making a niche can be very effective. Actually, it tends to be one of the more effective things. However, if it's super duper niche, you're gonna have a hard time getting it out there. You will have a dedicated but small audience base. But if you want to like spread out, that might be a bit difficult. You could end up being a pioneer and popularizing that niche, but it really depends, and you need to learn the proper strategy for it. And the strategy is always changing because the platforms and algorithms are always changing. So yeah, you also need to be really, really tech literate, or at least market literate, I guess. No, you need both. You need both to survive in the online marketing day and age. Dear God. Let me see. Is my tea? Oh gosh, I'm only halfway done with my tea. It's cold now. Let me see. But yeah, gender behind the scenes, not a problem. Just do your job. Some people worry like, oh, if you're a man and you have female talents, they're gonna get together and then they're not gonna get any work done. Like any workplace, do not date in the workplace. Do not eat where you defecate, as they say. Where was that from again? Was that from The Big Bang Theory? Of course, that's a joke. Do not actually poop out shit at your job. But like, yeah, just you know the reason why they have don't date in the workplace. Hell, they have don't date in your section in school or in college. The reason why is if anything goes wrong between the two of you, it's gonna make work impossible. So in on the very slim off chance that you do develop feelings for somebody, just don't pursue it, okay? Also just ideally don't mention it, cause from what I imagine, it will make people uncomfortable. Let me see. Just keep it professional. The workplace is the workplace. Okay? Yeah. Let me see. Don't dip your pen in the company ink. Wow, that's the first time I've heard that, but that's interesting. But yeah, again, it shouldn't be a problem, okay? Just treat it as a job and it'll be golden. Okay. Next question. I hope it answered. Thank you again for this question. Let me see. I'm not really sure if I can answer this, but what I will say, first let's read it out. Hi Skye, I've always wondered what actually happens behind the scenes when a VTuber takes a long break. Does the corporation pressure anything, or are they understanding? Is it something that's talked about when getting hired? I do think that, hang on, this part here, if you haven't added this in your audition or interview process yet, please do. How somebody handles theoretical situations is very important, and you need to see how they handle it. Now, of course, they can give their ideal response, and it can be different in practice, but having a sort of expectation or seeing what they know and understand of problem solving is very important. Now, for what happens behind the scenes when someone takes a long break, it's different for everybody. Everybody can take different reasons. Like I just explained that I took a break because I was having an existential crisis from becoming a streamer and becoming what I understood, a product. And it could be different for everyone else. It can be personal reasons, it can be other reasons. And like any agency, they can handle it differently because everyone is different. And I don't think anybody has any standards. So that's about as much as I can say. Yeah. Just like in normal corporate jobs, discuss upfront leave process. Do they do that? Again, I have actually never had a office job. I have had freelancing experience for many years, which is why I know how to manage myself. But is that a common thing in corporate jobs? Please, if you do have experience that you think is relevant to the discussion, please feel free to add it in the chat so we can discuss it. Because if they do discuss leaving process, I think that's pretty important. Because like any job, you are gonna, I don't know, you're gonna need to figure out how to pack up your things when you go, right? Like what stays with the company? Like is the company computer? And what do you take from your desk? You know, like in the shows where they have, you know, your little office desk stuff packed up in a box and then you bring it outside the office. I know that's kind of outdated, like 90s office stereotype, but like, yeah, I think that's pretty important. Government sector makes it easy. Yes, leaves process and leaves. Okay. Leaves process and days of allowable leave absences are discussed upfront before contract signing. At least from what I have experience working for companies. Okay. So yeah, taking leaves, paid leaves, vacation leaves, sick leaves, that's important. Have that in your handbook. Have that in your guidelines. Gosh, what did they? Yeah, company guidelines, right? When I did OJT at an accounting firm, I did OJT at an accounting firm, and I hate accounting, so I was assigned to the HR department. The people in charge of me handed me their company handbook, and that was literally a giant thick binder. And I think it was, hang on, do I have a... I think I vaguely remember how thick it was. It was at least maybe between 3 to 4 inches thick. And it had a hell of a lot of pages detailing everything. Everything from the company process, their standards, their leaves, what to do when somebody wants to basically leave the company for good, or basically any changes in the company, stuff like that, right? In my experience, there's much more oversight in corpo settings. Filling out paperwork weekly or so in VTubing sees much more lax, for better or for worse. Yeah, 3 to 4 inches. It was hella thick. And let me see. They also told me, okay, so review this. See if you think anything needs revising. And I'm like, please note, I was in senior high school. But that was very insightful, because if you really think about it, although this is probably from years of experience of being an established firm, you can also basically consult with other people and see what you need to put into that guidebook, and then also make sure that you yourself understand it. Because if you're like, yeah, we have a handbook, but I don't know what's in it, that's not good. Make sure you read it and understand it. And I think it's also important for everyone to discuss it, to make sure that the information is solidified in their heads and that everybody understands. Yeah. Let me see. From a federal employee POV, we have our paid leave and a set amount of years of unpaid leave. Ah, I see. I think as a startup, I don't know what startup culture specifically is like, because the only startups I've joined are VTuber companies. Now, of course, there's a lot of tech startups, right? I don't know what it's like there for things like paid leave, vacation leave, sick leave, etc. But definitely it's something you'll have to think over. And also you'll have to consider the lifestyle and the amount of commitment from the talents that you expect and that they can provide. So I think that if you put your expectations up on the on your auditions thing, you need to be really specific and adhere to those expectations. Because if you get somebody who says like, I think I can provide that much time that you're describing, then there's a chance that they may not be able to actually commit, and that'll be a problem for you to basically make them adhere to your guidelines or apply it to them, right? And it'll feel bad because you'll be like, damn, I know that this person's doing a lot of stuff, but like we really need them to commit, you know? So to save yourself the heartache and the headache, you know, make sure to be firm in your hand. Yeah. And yeah, leaves need to be outlined, and know your rights. Yes, knowing your rights is important for both parties. Yes. Startups usually don't have anything beyond what's locally mandated by law. Ah, okay. I see. It's like learning about your qualifications with your interview, like skills and software and stuff. I do think, okay, wait, no, hang on. We're veering away from the main topic here. But again, as I said, it'll vary from agency to agency, person to person. So thank you for your question. I hope that answers it. And let me see, what else do we have here? Next question. Thank you for your question, by the way. I believe plenty of VTubers that go corpo aren't really used to being in a corporate workplace. What general tips would you give to a person to prepare themselves for a corporate setting? Is there a mindset you think would help them in the long run, or any general tips that could help them succeed? Hang on, I keep getting a call. I will be right back, guys. I am going to put up the BRB screen because they keep calling me. Hang on. Hi guys. So let me see. This is kind of an IRL work contact. So someone's contacting me that an opportunity I got from a person of a person that I know, and they're trying to contact me right now. So I told them that I'm in a meeting and like to either call again in a few hours, or correspond via email, because I yeah. Get that bag? Question mark. Thing is, I need to ask them more questions about this opportunity, because it doesn't exactly sound like it's within my it's within my specialty, if you will. So yeah, the timing is great. Oh god. Yeah, this is technically a meeting, basically. So yeah, I'm gonna ask more questions about this opportunity, because the person who told me about it and asked like, oh, Skye, yeah, you have skills in like art and animation and things like that, right? Maybe you can help out at this opportunity. So I'm like, sounds interesting. I would like to get more information. They're like, okay, yeah, I'll give them your number, which is very cool, and I really appreciate it. But yeah, yeah, I oh boy. Oh boy. Anyway, so let me see. We can finish the questions here, and then for your questions, I still have a lot to discuss though. I gave them like I told them like call back in like maybe 2-3 hours. Anyway, let me see. So let's head back here to these questions, okay? So, any general tips that would help them succeed? I think if you can't get experience in an office place, whether it be through OJT or as an internship, the next best thing is providing a service and working for other people, aka taking commissions. So whether it be writing or singing or making vocal guides or mixing and stuff like that, learn how to work under someone else's standards and guidelines. So you have a request from a commissioner, they specify what they want, you try to work through their requests and see if you can meet their needs and stuff like that. And you also learn people skills this way, and you learn how to be a good basically a good people person, because more than anything, especially in the commission field, if you give good customer service, people will keep coming back. People will like you both for your work and for you as a person. I think this is why in my commission account, I still have clients from 5, maybe 6 or 7 years ago who are still commissioning me to this day, because they like working with me, and I really appreciate that. And I'm always so grateful. If ever you stumble across this account, I just want you to know, thank you. Oh my god, Surf and Verb, thank you for the gifted throne pies. I really appreciate it. Oh my god. Oh, is this the Skye Senfort Skylights board has been gathered. You have to get in their head, see what they want out of you, and if all else fails, just ask. Above all, accept the feedback gracefully and even gratefully. Yes. So of course, if they're being mean, that's not very nice, but take what you can out of their statements, right? So say for example, say for example, this is an example, okay? Somebody says that my art is crappy and they think that my anatomy sucks. I'm like, okay, ow. But then also, if my anatomy sucks, let me look at it, right? What part of the anatomy is not good? Is it like, am I doing the ratios wrong? Is the way I'm doing perspective on the anatomy wrong? Is there a way I can make it more appealing? And then you study that, right? So always be professional, be polite. You will also learn how to communicate with people this way. I think that by trying to communicate well and trying to basically keep communications pleasant, you will naturally learn Corpo speak. I'm not kidding. You will naturally learn Corpo speak. And if that doesn't work for you, or say for example, you're not very good at reading social cues, be polite but be upfront. Have some like basic words or sentences that you need that will help you get through it. Heck, if you need to keep things copy pasted as a form, and then maybe you could just edit them a little bit so it doesn't look all the same, then that's okay. Use what tools you need to be able to get by, you know? Let me see. Yep. Hopefully you get that feedback more tactfully. Yeah. Let me see. So, yeah, working with other people. And if you can't find people who want to pay you for your work yet, maybe you're not at that level yet, start projects as a hobby level for fun, work together. So say for example, I eventually want to work in a VTubing agency that does, I know it keeps coming up, music production. Okay, so if I want to work in a VTuber agency that does music production, how about I organize for fun a collab where I and a few other VTubers sing together, and you put out like calling for singers post, like, hey, does anyone want to sing with me? Or if you have any friends that would like to sing with you, and then if you don't know how to start it, maybe you might know somebody who does and they'd like to do a fun project with you, or you can learn on YouTube and start
putting things together. And then you can also try to make it more professional in the way that, okay, here's a deadline for when we want this done by. Let's set our vocal deadlines for this, or our line separations for this deadline, blah, blah, blah. And you can also figure out how to basically become a project manager in this way. So you will end up outlining what you need for this collaboration. Do we want to make a video? Do we want to make art? Do we want specific kind of mixing? How many people? And how are we going to accommodate and or have people abide by the timeline? So again, although the term and title of project manager seems something that you need to be very educated and learned for, not really. You can learn these skills in a lot of different ways, honestly. And normally these are developed in school, especially through group projects, especially when you have to get on that person's ass who ghosted you. I'm just saying though, I am guilty of being the person who ghosted because they were too depressed to do their work. However, that's another thing, by the way. I know that because VTubing is a much more accessible field and form of employment for a lot of people, especially those who like, for example, have struggles with mental health or maybe something physical, you may end up entering a job, but let's say, for example, you are severely depressed. Please remember that you do have a responsibility to the job. However, that doesn't mean that you should try to whip yourself into shape when it's hurting you. Be clear and upfront with the company what your struggles are. And if the company or agency can, like, if they really like you and they want to help support you, and you can both figure out a plan that'll work for you. So I think you need to be in a state where you know how to manage it to just the right degree. Be basically high functioning enough, because if it's really gonna get in the way of your job, you're going to not only going to hurt yourself, but it's also going to be difficult for everyone else around you. And I'm sure that persons who are already struggling know that also hurts. Like, they don't want to be a burden. I've been in that spot. So be mindful, work on yourself first, see what you can do, and then maybe when you're a bit more ready, you can aim for the opportunity again. Let me see. What's this? And yeah, you get to build portfolio and spread it out. Yeah. So give favorite VTuber streamers fan art so they show it on stream. That too. That's another thing. That's another portfolio you can build. And then through that, by giving fan art, maybe people might start commissioning you. Or if you have your muse, maybe you will be able to develop your style and your work better to the point where people will start commissioning you, you know? The hardest part is honestly just following up people's progress in a polite but firm fashion. Yeah. That is very important. Because I think since everybody is taught to be nice and good and polite, it's hard to be the mean guy, the quote-unquote bad guy, right? But you still need to do it in a fashion that is, that doesn't cause friction. So that's another skill that needs to be learned. If you consider yourself a very blunt and brash person, you can ask somebody else for their thoughts on, like, hey, does this message sound okay? And then, if this person is someone you trust and who understands you and knows the purpose of this message that you're sending out, they can be like, okay, first let's revise this, let's revise that, and then you send it out. So again, because it's a job, you're working with people, don't be afraid to ask for help. Maybe you might not want to ask. I'm not saying that you shouldn't. In fact, I think you should ask for help from your coworkers and, managers and stuff like that. Because everyone needs to work together and build that sense of camaraderie and work towards the goal together. But if you are shy and you feel like you're not yet ready to ask them for help, ask someone you trust, right? Let me see. Yes, have a social advisor, find an extrovert and get adopted. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's really good. So, like, even though I am an introvert, I did end up learning a lot of people skills because I actually really do like people. And I know a lot of you mistake me for an extrovert, but I'm really not. You can always learn from an extrovert with good people skills. You might get a little tired, but you will learn a lot from them. Or something like, does this sound mean? Yeah. Ask stuff like that. I legit ask my sister sometimes. Yeah, that's good. Ask family, ask friends. Let me see. Of course, try not to break any NDAs. But if you really need, yeah, I think if you really need that help to help maintain the balance, I think it's okay to reach out for help. Just make sure that you word it in a way that, you know, protects you and your NDA and whatnot. Yeah, you're an extrovert compared to us, but these introverts, that introvertedness is why you reach out to us. I suppose, maybe, yeah, I guess. So that's for working together with people, learning skills, and learning project management. I also think that it's important to learn these skills by yourself and make sure that you don't rely on just the company, because these are skills that you'll get to carry with yourself throughout the rest of your life. And if things fall through, you'll be able to prop yourself back up. And I do think that people in a management position should also be able to teach these things as well. And I think one of the biggest things I managed to take away from being in a corporate setting and meeting people from different walks of life is that you learn skills you might have not learned elsewhere. Like, I've learned a lot of stuff from both Echo and from Fish, and I am ever so grateful for their knowledge and expertise. The things that they're knowledgeable in are like the depth of it is amazing, and the fact that they shared it with us was really great. And let me see. I also learned a lot of stuff from Strania as well, which, by the way, if you haven't checked out her YouTube shorts describing and teaching things related to VTubing, corporate VTubing, or content creation in general, please check that out. It's also very informative. Let me see. Mindset. Remember your responsibilities. When any corporation, this doesn't apply to just agencies or VTuber agencies, if any corporation or workplace, whether it be Subway or it be freaking, I don't know, IBM, if they say that they're like a family, do not think of it as a family, because there is money involved, which complicates things. Okay, it's not like a family business where your mom actually can boss you around with no pay. So make sure that everyone has the right expectations of, okay, I have a responsibility to you, you have a responsibility to me. We need to make sure that, you know, we're working together properly. Okay, so no, oh, we're a family, we could just do whatever for each other. Okay, it's far more complicated than that. And while it's very sweet, the thought is very nice. Again, it's for the peace of mind for both the talent and the management, you know. Yeah. Also, a good manager supervisor is a blessing. Yeah. I do think that having someone who understands well, has the right amount of dedicated time, and just has good people skills in general, having a good manager will be a godsend. I think that works in any, again, like, this feels like general work advice. It's just that VTubing has this casual vibe to it, right? Which, frankly, you can't really escape, I think. Yeah. Also, hello there, Scarlet Songbird. Welcome to the stream. Hello. The government is slightly different, but they are in fact serving your country. Me having applied for 10 other families. Fubuki-gun, I hope you get a job, and I hope you get a good job, and I hope it goes well for you. I am wishing you the best, sending you all my good luck, please. Yeah, a lot of the advice is valid for any corporate work. I do think that it's good to want to be able to nurture and support and watch talents bloom. And I think that's what a lot of agencies want to achieve. It's just that because there is money involved in the things that you want to achieve, you really have to be strategic about it. And it can't be just like in the idol anime shows where, like, for example, let me take Love Live, okay? Sure, we see the girls, like Kotori sews the costumes. I think it's Umi who does the songwriting, right? Or the lyric writing. And then we have Nico doing the choreography and everyone learning it and practicing it on the rooftop. And sure, they have their, their school stage and they perform there. Cool. However, you need music producers, you pay them for that, and also if they hire any actual people, musicians, like instrumentalists, right? And then stage, like for example, if they're gonna perform out on the street on floats and like the sunny days song, that one, like what permit are you gonna have to get from the government, and what kind of permit, or like from whatever people who are gonna build the floats, or for example, if they're not in, since they're just the idols performing there, like what kind of communications do you have to have with event organizers, right? Because ideally, as an idol group, you're not gonna have to go to the government and say like, hey, so can I have a permit to have a giant float and sing and dance and blast songs throughout your city? Ideally, I'm sure that most idol groups don't want to have to do that. They just want to go to the organizer and then talk to the organizer and like, is there money involved in that? And like also transport, food, drink, safety, hiring people to make sure that things go well, right? So it's not just the shiny fantasy that you see, which the main goal for a lot of entertainment is that you give the people the immersion and illusion of an experience, or just the dazzle, the shine. And the dazzle and shine comes from all the things that go behind stage to prepare for that one magical moment that wows and impresses your audience, or makes your audience feel connected, or informs them, whatever it is that you want to achieve by being a content creator, a public figure, whatever it is. There's just so much that goes on behind the scenes, and I think it's important that you research what that is, so you know what to expect going in. Because if you go in blindly, oh boy, you're gonna get swept off your feet in the bad kind of way, as in the kind where somebody like sweeps your feet with a kick, and you're gonna be winded as you hit the floor, not knowing what to expect. It's not the sweep you off your feet that you expected. So yeah, I work with live entertainment. Yeah, two very different worlds between the front and back ends. Yeah. So that's something that I learned through experience, and I think the experience that I did have prior helped me get through it. However, the whole aspect of being on the front end and talking to all of you guys was very new to me, So I still had that shiny ideal in my head. So definitely research properly. Let me see. When I wanted to work in a studio, when I was an illustrator, I did a lot of research of like, okay, what do studios expect? What do I end up doing? And like, for example, at Riot Games, for splash art, they don't have just one artist. They have a team of artists working on it. So you have somebody who makes the base thing, and then maybe you have somebody like who provides corrections and suggestions. Maybe you have somebody who draws over it and refines it further, So you have somebody like for concept, somebody for development, somebody for revisions and whatnot. And all of those people come together to work and develop on that one splash art. And sometimes if they're animated, you need somebody to separate those parts and animate it. So there's another set of team members. So instead of just being the sole artist who works on that cool splash art, now I'm thinking, okay, so there's somebody who's going to give me revisions and suggestions. And also I need to learn about the process of making thumbnail sketches and stuff like that. Sending out pitches, learning how to do pitches in any field is common. So you have business pitches, you have art pitches, in music you have song sketches, and then like you send them out to your clients, etc. So learning about all the different facets before you go in to the razzle dazzle is important. Let me see. Basically, it's like getting into a judo match against a 10th dan while being a white belt. Oh god. Also, hiya user, hello, welcome to the stream. So yeah, do as much research as you can. Because the VTubing agency is so VTubing market industry is so young, look towards other similar fields that make it up. Look towards the history of, I don't know, what are they called? Multi-channel networks or something on YouTube back in the day, and why they're not as popular anymore. I haven't actually done in-depth research on that, but you can look to that and see what it's like. Because if you think about it, especially on YouTube, they're basically kind of like multi-channel network things. So let me see, look towards the like content creation. What does your favorite content creator, even if they're not a live streamer, what do they do? Like, I like watching the history of food or eating history with Max Miller is his name. Sorry if I'm forgetting your name, dude, but I love your content. Like, he does research on a recipe, he understands this and that, and then he presents it in this format in a video that's edited, and then he also makes the recipe, and then he gives the historical context behind it. So taking that in mind, and I'm like, okay, if I want to make, say for example, a roleplay session, what kind of research am I gonna do for that? Like, what system am I gonna use? Am I just gonna wing it? Am I just gonna like bullshit it and have the audience just make choices and not use a system? Or am I going to use D&D 1 or 5e or whatever? Sorry, I'm kind of new to D&D. Right? So yeah, just do as much research as you can to everything relevant to it. And if you need something more specific, consult people who you think would give good tips on it, I guess. I think I will keep my Marshmallow open, though I have set it to authorized users now. If you want to ask a question regarding that, and if you're okay with me answering it, like either on stream or on Twitter, I would be happy to answer that question. Yeah, just not through my DMs directly. Unless you're a content creator I have interacted with directly before. Yeah. Okay. So I think that's it for this question. Thank you very, very much for this question. I really appreciate it. Next, this is an interesting question. Is making it into a corporate possible if I'm not funny? I have pride in being cozy and comforting to viewers. I'm indie, of course, and I do have regulars who are constant returners in chat. But is going corporate unattainable if I'm not witty like the other corporate streamers are? I also wonder if I'm too old and I'll never understand brainwash style humor, because what the hell is even 6'7"? Should I head off to the hag retirement home? Thanks a lot. First, I don't understand 6'7" much either, and I think it's really cringy, so it's okay. You're fine. Brain rot, I mean, okay, think about it. Is your audience going to be brain rot people when you yourself like making cozy, comforting things? I think you'll probably end up catering more to a demographic of people who understand you. So don't force yourself into a demographic and content creation that you do not like, because you will resent it. So I think personally it is very possible in being a cozy and comforting VTuber. But again, because the market is so saturated, you're gonna have to find a way to make it particularly appealing and unique to yourself. Like, what kind of cozy, comforting, like what kind of paint are you gonna put over it? For example, are you focusing on ASMR, or are you focusing on chatting and asking about people's day and stuff like that? Or like, are you going to present things? Are you going to be an educational channel? Excuse me, because again, variety is the hardest thing to go for, and unfortunately it's what I chose because my brain doesn't like sticking with one thing only. But if you can stick to being like a certain genre of things, then I think you're good. You just need to develop your brand identity for it. Say for example, there's a VTuber who has a marine animal theme and they want to do ASMR. Like, I guess one person who comes to mind is actually no, Shy Lily doesn't do ASMR much anymore, does she? But like, say you focus on marine themed ASMR, you have like underwater sounds. Your story is themed to that. Maybe you do ASMR by the beach. So your brand identity includes both the visuals and the audio, and then like yourself as your presentation. If you don't want to do curated scripted stuff, like you still can have that aesthetic and theme, but you can have it as just like maybe a quiet talk on the beach asking you about your day, something like that, right? So it's ideas like that you have to think of and curate to make it super appealing. And basically, if I were a viewer who saw your channel and saw this and I'm like, wow, that sounds really cute, and then I click on your video and then I see like, wow, this is so cozy, I really like this, so you have to also think of somebody who's just browsing YouTube and see what that's like. And I think that's very, very valid in a corporate setting. It just depends on what the corporation wants to do and what they expect of you and what you expect of them. So again, I think accommodations can be made, but it'll really depend. It just so happens that because in the main goal for a corporation is to make money, right? Both for talent and for the agency, aside from everybody getting paid, also to make more money to do more things or do things that people want to do, right? So the things that tend to be more popular do tend to be the people who are louder, zanier, because it's more attention-grabbing content. But it tends to be a bit more shallow sometimes. For YouTube at least, if you do a lot of shorts content, you need a lot of zany, crazy moments to grab a viewer's attention within 5 seconds, because 5 seconds is now the average attention span of a person on the internet, which is kind of pitiful. But personally, for people like me, I think being cozy and comforting, it will always be a niche. There will always be viewers who want a nice, comforting space to be in. I also like cozy streams. I actually am not very fond of crazy, zany streamers personally. I like people that I can put on in the background and listen to. So stuff like karaoke, maybe some gentle chatting, stuff like that. So there is an audience. It just really depends on how it can be curated to be something that people really want, Yeah, you gotta jingle the keys. If people are returning, I'm willing to bet they find you funny already. You don't have to be a comedian to get someone to smile or laugh. Yeah, so yeah, actually, if you do have returners in chat, then they like you for something. And one thing that's very important, and which I think a lot of people tend to not do in a VTubing or just streamer content creation space, is your audience research. At having a forum. Actually, me and my dad, we've supposed to make a forum for like my streaming activities and asking you guys like, hey, so what do you like about my content? And aside from that, what kind of other content do you watch? So you can have an idea of why people watch things. What you can do to further develop yourself in a way that you think will appeal to both you and your audience, stuff like that. So it's nothing wrong to ask like, so what do you guys like about me? It's not just like a fishing for compliments thing. It's genuine research to further understand what you can do to get yourself out there, and are there more people like your viewers, right? So also, you're never too old. I think that everyone of age, everyone of legal age, has great potential to become a content creator and public figure. The only reason why I do not recommend teenagers and people who are on the younger side to immediately jump in to VTubing is because it's a lot of responsibility, even on an indie level, because you are now also the face and the leader of your audience, basically. Now it's in a much more casual sense, because it's not like you're an organization. Oh, some communities are like this, I think, but basically you have a lot of people looking up to you and looking to you, whether it be for something about your content, about you as a person yourself that they like. And that can be pretty heavy, because how you display yourself publicly is very important, because you know how if a celebrity does something bad, everybody knows about it, and then people who don't know anything about that person will be like, wow, they're a bad person, right? Okay, so that's another responsibility you have to shoulder, while on a certain level you can be like, oh, whatever, you know, they don't know me. But because you are a public figure, your public presentation and anything that could possibly harm this will be something you need to manage. So which is why also having like a PR and risk management either person or experience is very important. Yeah. So say for example, I remember back in the day, like maybe I don't know how many years ago, I saw the news that Ariana Grande had licked a donut at a shop, and like, okay, like maybe she was doing it as a funny joke. A lot of people were outraged, like, that's disgusting, blah 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 blah. But like me personally, like, you know, if this was any other random person, it would just be like those jokes of baristas spitting in your coffee before they serve it to you, right? Which I don't know if that's true, but maybe it is. But like, you know, right? So it's much more blown up when you're somebody of public figure and responsibility. So that's something you need to be prepared for. Yeah. Like the donut, then buy the thing. Yeah, at least buy the thing. Or buy the box, I don't know. Let me see. I like the VTubers that can accept people even if they're awkward. Yeah. That's, you know, I think everybody wants to have some place where they feel like they belong. And it can be especially difficult when you don't fit into the mold of the people immediately around you, whether it be where you live or where you work or where you study or where you hang out. And feeling isolated is never fun. It's being lonely. It's empty, it can hurt, etc. So when you find that space online, or if you create that space online for both yourself and for other people, it can be a beautiful thing, you know? I think wanting that cozy space for people is very good. And I think that's doing a net good for the world. So I think the world can always use more people like you, you know? So don't be ashamed of yourself. You have value, and I think you have something to offer to the world, especially if there are people who return in your chat. I was in a similar position to you, so I didn't exactly aim to be a cozy or comforting viewer. I mean, cozy or comforting streamer. I noticed that people found me funny. And well, although not the kind of zany, crazy funny, I'm just being silly. And I thought, well, if people liked me for that, maybe there will be more people that I can show this to, and they'll also appreciate it. And that's why I applied to an agency. So I think with that same logic, you can also apply. You're just gonna have to find the right people who are who are looking for people like you know? And I think also in terms of auditions, as someone who is also in that pre-AN, like way before AN agency, auditions are very impersonal. Don't take it as a personal attack on you. Usually with auditions, they're looking for specific people for specific things, right? Especially if they have like an IP already ready-made. Yeah. So, I used to be one. I've never contaminated someone's drink. I'm professional. That's good. Okay, that's good. Let me see. Yeah, same with interviewers. Yeah, sorry, interviews. Yeah, it's very impersonal. They're just asking to see if, and like what I mentioned earlier, right? They need to have, like, interviewers and companies need to have a firm hand on what they want to achieve so that it doesn't conflict with what you do later on, right? So keep that in mind. Like if you received a rejection from a corporation, just understand that it's not what they're looking for. And remember, being an indie is extremely valid. I think with the modern VTubing scene, can I call it modern? It's only been like 5-ish years for corporations. We've seen a lot of agencies fall, and we've also seen a bunch of indies. Well, yes, there are a lot of indies who were formerly corporate, but I think there are also a lot of indies who have just done a really good job on their own. And I think you'll be able to build yourself that space. It will be hard because the biggest thing about having an agency is like, wow, agency, cool, big, shiny, promise of cool things, you know? And everybody wants to see that happen. And whereas if you're an individual, people are just like, okay, that's cool. You know, it's not the same, but you can build your empire. You just gotta, aside from gotta believe, you gotta study and do the research to make it a thing. Like, although Rome wasn't built in a day, I'm pretty sure they made a lot of schematics or something, right? Or they made a plan. It's not like somebody just put a bunch of random bricks there and it happened. Pretty sure that's not the case. And in fact, I think the Romans, like, they did a lot of good architecture, right? Or am I thinking of the Greeks? I'm not sure, but they had a really fancy sewage system, and that takes planning, that takes smarts. So you gotta work smart, not just hard. Let me tell you about the Roman engineering manuals. We could do that on another stream, but I'm interested. Share that in the Discord. Oh gosh. But yeah, you don't have to go off to the hag retirement home. But if you do, you can still stream from there too. And remember, the age of 30 is in demand! People love hags, even though they're probably around the same age as them, so... We're thinking about the Roman Empire again. Oh god. Anyway, so I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much, and I believe in you. Do your best. I'm cheering you on. Although I don't know who you are specifically, I'm wishing you the best, and I hope things turn out well for you, whether you decide to go corporate or if you just decide to go indie. What about us over 30? That's the thing. Y'all male hags, unks, if you will. Oh my gosh. Anyway, let me see. Where is the next question? Okay, we have like 4 more, so let's go with this one. This one's interesting. I wanted to ask, with your experience debuting in a Gen 1, what are some of the challenges or benefits that come with that? If given the choice, would you choose to be a Gen 1 for an agency or a later gen? From what I've observed, some of the benefits of being in a Gen 1 are that usually you get the biggest wave of excitement. Gen 2 and everything proceeding after that might not have as big of a wave, at least from what I can tell. I might be wrong. Please take this with a grain of salt. And then let me see. Let me see what other benefits of Gen 1. I think another thing is you, as a Gen 1 in the company, will kind of define the framework for future generations to a degree, especially like work processes and expectations and whatnot. However, that's also a challenge because with everybody just starting out, you're all trying to figure out what the hell you're doing. And that can be hard in and of itself, which is normal. It's growing pains. Now, everything I described prior, doing research, setting expectations, consulting, developing your guidelines and handbook, etc., that's just stuff to help mitigate and basically guide you and your team through these growing pains. So no matter what, you are going to experience growing pains. Like going back to this, there will always be a problem, right? You will always encounter something new, and you'll need to do the research, feedback, employ solution, and observe and revise, etc., right? So the growing pains will be, oh, there's a problem. How are we gonna fix it? Maybe it goes unfixed for a while, and then it feels like it sucks, right? So ideally, hopefully you guys come to a solution for that. But there are gonna be times where you feel like, shit, this is really rocky. Usually I think also with the Gen 1, everyone has a lot of high hopes. Actually, I think anyone who debuts in any generation will have very high hopes and high morale in the beginning. Something to expect, especially as a Gen 1 because of these challenges, is morale will fluctuate a lot. And I think having both... The thing is, if you have your own knowledge and experience, you might be able to help yourself and the others around you navigate through this, right? But having somebody who knows how to keep morale up in a consistent and... What's the word? Consistent and... Oh my god, what's the word? Sustainable. Consistent and sustainable way is going to be very crucial. So, because yeah, if everyone's going to get depressed, if morale goes down, work output goes down, and in a business, work output going down is a big no-no. So, yeah. Yeah, the thing is with, in first gens, with a debut, it is very much a gamble. Because with any agency that has no prior portfolio, you can only go off of what you find out about them, and even then you don't know how it's gonna go, right? And because everyone is different, every experience is gonna be different. So yeah, Gen 1's technically testing the waters. Yes, very much so. So if you are... Oh my god, it's Freya Weon. I love Freya Weon. Oh my gosh, my favorite Walkure member. So, if you're okay with being a guinea pig, and if you are secure enough in both your time and your, like, how much time you can commit, or rather how much you want to divide your time if you have a job that'll also keep you afloat, which I highly recommend, by the way, a job that'll keep you afloat, and doing this, and, like, your expectations and everything, if you're okay with all of that, and you're also okay with going through some rough or rocky waters, you can debut in a Gen 1. But personally, me, I would rather be a Kohai. I'd rather be a second or third Gen. So when people have figured things out, then I'll join. But that's also from me being a Gen 1 debuter twice. So I don't know what it's like being a Kohai. And frankly, I might never know what it's like being a Kohai because I have no intentions to audition ever again. But yeah, plans can change too as the audience builds and grows. The relation with them grows too. What was originally intended might be completely different. Yes, actually, I forgot to mention that. Thank you for bringing that up. Plans can and will change. Although you can try to predict, you'll never 100% fully know where things will go. So you always need to leave some leeway, some breathing room for changes and for malleability or flexibility in your expectations. You may become a Kohai, but you always be Mama. No more Kohai. Mama though, I've been called Mama and Mom and variations of that so many times. I've kind of just given up trying to deflect that. Sure, whatever, man. Okay. I hope that answered your question. I'm not sure if I have really much else to to add on to this. I mean, the grass is greener on the other side. Well, yeah. So I'll never really know until I try it out. But I wouldn't want to apply just to see what it's like to be a Kohai. No, I'd actually have to like be really convinced and believe that things are gonna be good, and let's see, this is a good like investment for me as a content creator and to become somebody who works for someone again. Because like right now, I think with how my life is, currently being indie is best, and like the turmoil of trying to navigate my family again with the loss of a very integral member of my family I want to pay more attention to it. I want to be more present in my personal life right now, which is why which is why I'm indie now. And I did not expect this change to happen like so suddenly. It was really sudden. So yeah, but let me see. I hope that answered your question. Thank you very, very, very much for this question. Now let me go over to... These are the last three. This question here is, what kinds of games does the audience want to see a VTuber play? Okay, now here's something a bit more technical that you can apply anywhere. Now, for video games that audiences want to see. So we have what are called buff games and debuff games. Okay, so usually buff games are anything that's viral or trending. Hang on, trending. I think I need to move this to the side. Sorry, give me a sec. There we go. So let me just move this off to the side as well. So viral or trending, or are popular and have a big player base. Let me see. Basically, more lively games tend to be. So debuff games are literally anything other than that. So things that are really like calm, okay? Which is very unfortunate. So this is if you're in the gaming niche, okay? Remember, you can be any kind of VTuber. You can do RPG sessions, like what our DM is doing for us. He used to be a VTuber, but I don't think he's a VTuber right now. Let me see. Our DM that we stream our sessions, by the way, it's on his channel, Von Saints III. So, calm games, stuff like RTSs are unfortunately not very popular. Strategy games. Now, a few, like something down the middle line is something with nostalgia. So, older games that are very well renowned. For example, Half-Life 2. There may be some old people who want to see a young VTuber react to Half-Life 2, right? So let me see. But the problem, though, with popular games is that it's very saturated. Okay, so yeah, like with Valorant and League of Legends, there's so many people playing those games. Even if you just scroll down through Twitch, you probably find like 100 people streaming at once or more. And if you go through all those stream thumbnails, what is gonna draw you to them, right? And that's where the aspect of what is your charm comes in, right? And it's like when anybody decorates the front of their cafe at a city, right? If you look like a cool cafe and it looks like you have good food, and you know, people are more likely to come enter. And that's kind of what you have to do too. So, now if you go with viral and trending games, like for example, Peak, when it came out and stuff, and to this day, it's still a fun collaborative game and people still watch a lot of shorts of it. You can actually turn debuff games into something more interesting if you do other kinds of content with it. For example, shorts or something educational. I'll just put a dot there. So, for example, teaching the best way to play Company of Heroes. Is that the right name of the game? Or like giving your thoughts on characters from League of Legends and their lore, or like, I don't know, comparing, I'm sorry, I'm using League of Legends again, comparing how they would fare in real life and how much riz they would have, you know, stuff like that. So you have to have your sub niche as well. Now, if you're variety, again, you have chosen the most difficult path, because you don't have something that you're known for. What you're trying to make your niche is you. Now, the problem is, if any random person on the street, we treat the internet as a big city, right? There's, as my dad said, there's good parts of the city, there's bad parts of the city. But if you go to the city and no one knows you, they do not give a shit about you. And the thing that you have to do is you have to try and make them give a shit about you. And that's the hardest part, because you can't just go out on the street and say, hey, look at me, you know. You have to do something impressive, or you engage with a topic that is familiar with those people there. Have you gone to a bar? Okay, talk about the beer, right? You can't just go to the bar, walk up to somebody and say, hey, so you know that they were going to put a a V8 diesel engine inside of the big dyno back in like the 19 somethings at Disney World when they were developing a really big animatronic. I quoted that from Defunctland. I've been watching his most recent video. It's been really, really cool. You know, if I go up to somebody and say that, they're gonna be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Leave me alone, right? Right? So the thing is, you're not exactly walking up to people. You're putting up like a big sign, like a lemonade stand. And, you know, maybe if you have a lemonade stand that says cool trivia facts, right? For like 2 cents. So maybe somebody will come up to your booth and like, you know, give you 2 cents, and then you'll give them a cool fact and like, sweet, cool, I'll come again tomorrow, you know? Oh god. Honestly, this is exactly the type of social advice I've yearned for and never got. Well, welcome aboard. But yeah, so getting people to care about you as the niche is hard, but once you start building it, especially through your portfolio, which you can showcase, which is why even if you have nobody watching your streams, you have to talk like people are there. Is so that when people go down your channel history and they see all the stuff that you've done, they can find something that they like or find cool. And like, say for example, you stumbled upon a channel that has nothing in it, or maybe like 2 videos. They could just be somebody's personal channel and there's like videos that are just like, oh, okay. Or maybe they're cool. Like that one time I stumbled across an Indian ASMR video of a guy going to his old house and tapping the concrete walls that are kind of like falling apart. And I thought that was funny. And it only has like, what? I'm not sure if it was a couple thousand views or maybe 10,000 views. But like I found that cool. I didn't check the channel, but if I did and there was just a few videos, I probably wouldn't come back. Right? Because there's nothing to come back to, or there's nothing to expect going forward, like for example a schedule, right? So which is why you need to have structure, and you build that structure by building your portfolio and building your knowledge, and then, you know, just keeping at it. So you can work hard towards that. Eye-catching things, we get attracted and brain will decide. Yeah, think of future VOD. Yes, actually, to boil it all down, think of future VOD gang. Do things that, you know, you think that your VOD gang will enjoy, and do things that you think clippers think would be cool too, or that you can use for content later on. Like, I could take sections of this stream and like edit them into like a edited highlights, or maybe a short discussing what I'm saying here, right? Yeah, so also when you do content, do it in the service of yourself also, so it makes it easier for you to make things. Because if you face it, streaming for 5 hours a day and then planning every day and trying to do research and thinking of things for maybe like 4 or 5 more hours of your day every day, while you're also trying to do your other job if you have one, or taking care of yourself. Actually no, not or, you have to take care of yourself, or if you have other relations or responsibilities, like if you have a pet or you have a family or whatever, right? It's hard to dedicate all that time in a day and also have no time for yourself, because although streaming can be fun, and it is fun and I enjoy it, like for example I enjoy talking to you guys, I could also spend this time working on a commission. I could also spend this time studying new skills for myself, right? Or like just resting. And if you do that every single day, or like almost every day, it's gonna take a toll on you. So if you can space things out and make it in such a way that it's easier to make constant content, then do whatever you can to help yourself, please. Like templates for thumbnails, that's what I do. Let me see what else. Just structuring things in like using tools. There are some automatic clipper tools as well. Yeah. If you play something you hate, you'll grow to hate streaming. Yes. So unfortunately for people like me, I can't stick with just one thing. And I think it really depends on if I like a specific thing, then I'll keep doing it. But of course, people can get sick of the things that they're always doing too, which is why you don't really see me playing FromSoft content right now. And every time someone asks, you know. So yeah, there's a lot of layers to everything. Okay, I hope that answered your question. There's buff games and debuff games. Usually following the trends. There's a reason why trends are trends, is because, you know, it's cool enough to get people on it, and then people getting on it makes it even bigger, and it just feeds off of itself. And although I know the feeling of, ugh, disgusting, I do not want to participate in the slop that everyone else is consuming, but unfortunately, it is a very effective way of becoming relevant. So, yeah, you can, again, start with everything else, but you're gonna have to bring more value to it than just who you are. Now, don't think of this as you yourself as a person are not worth anything. That is not the case. It's just that somebody who doesn't know you, does not understand your value, and needs to see other things to be able to... Because, okay, it's a transaction, right? We click on your channel to be entertained. Or because I think you are a cool person. Now, if I just met you, I don't know that you are a cool person, but I need to see something that would make me think you're a cool person. Like, I see an artist stream on Twitch or YouTube, and I see that their work is amazing. And then I click on their stream, and then I sit around and I learn more about them, what they do, or I just watch them draw, like most artist streamers do, because they don't talk. But, you know, right? And that's why, I like Kanibi Sensei. He talks during his streams. He calls himself Oji-san, and I like his art. It's very skilled, it's very cute, but he also talks about cool otaku things, and also because he speaks in Japanese, I learn to understand him, right? I practice by listening to him, and I stick around and I actively watch his streams when I see them live, because I eventually learned about what kind of person and artist he is, right? So yeah, you gotta appeal. Okay, so thank you for your question. I hope that answered that. Oh wait, we have more questions. Holy moly. Okay, I'm starting to get hungry. But anyway, next question. This. Ahem. So I've heard that interacting with other VTubers can sometimes feel a bit like high school in terms of cliques or catty behavior, accidentally hurting someone's feelings without meaning to, that sort of thing. Does that just come with the territory for a job like this, or do you think it's possible to avoid? I think it's kind of inevitable for this territory, but the way that I avoid it is I just kind of go fuck off by myself. Why am I cussing so much? I'm so sorry. But yeah, basically, I just go ahead and do my own thing. I care more so about making things and making things together with people than I do specifically making friendships in this space. I see, this is just for me, huh? I see fellow content creators as, like, for example, if I were an animator and I saw another animator in the field, like, we might talk about some things we have in common, maybe some shows that we like, but at the end of the day, they're not yet my friend. And I personally do not aim to make them my friend. I do think it's very important to have a friend circle and support circle outside of the internet. I think this is very crucial for your mental health. Because at the end of the day, you also don't know what kind of expectations the other person will have of you, and you trying to approach and aim for a friendship when that's not what the other person really wants. And because this is a publicity field, they need to keep up, you know, good public relations. Like, they won't just say, normally they won't just say straight up to your face, like, yeah, I don't really want to do that. They'll politely turn you down, right? So the thing is, yeah, right, with being public relations and entertainment and being a good person and everything like that, the lines between friendship, familiarity, and business and networking all blur because this is such a casual field. So I think it's important for you to know and have people who are friends that are just not in this field, you know? Also, so that you just don't wholly submerge yourself in this field and get lost in it. You need to remember and know that there are things outside of streaming that you can do, that there's a whole world out there that knows nothing about what's going on online or on twitter.com, and you know, about all the drama. There's just people living their lives. You need to remember that, okay? But I do know many creators who are seeking friendship more than anything. That's also another reason why a lot of VTubers join corporations, is that they want friends. And while I think that's valid, I think it also gets complicated by the corporate setting. You can find friends. Me and Connie are very, very good friends. I think it helps because that we've met up in person. Usually I don't really become friends with a person like fully until I've met them IRL. But like, as you can see, I'm not like super duper close with everybody else, right? So I think it's valid to want friendships, especially because when you come together for a cause and you're in constant proximity of each other, like for example, like if you're at a school, you eventually will find friends and make friends, right? And I think that's the thing with society today, is that especially when you're older and of working age, and if you work at home, there isn't that many opportunities to socialize with people and communicate with them, right? So you will want that connection. And if you have the oh my god, Ayla-sama! Thank you so much for the raid! Ayla-sama and Cold Nights, hello! Welcome! Oh gosh, sorry. Hi! Welcome to the stream, everybody. Hello, raiders. I am Skye Senfort, your curious variety VTuber. Wow. And I am doing a Q&A and discussion on a lot of different things, both in indie and corporate VTubing space. These questions are geared towards corporate experiences, but I'm just giving my general knowledge. Thank you so much. So guys, if you haven't checked out Ayla-sama yet, please do. Her singing voice is amazing, and she also hosted a concert which I was a part of too, and just in general I think she's very cool and very funny. So please check out her streams, hit that like and subscribe button, go click on her name and go click the ... menu and then go to channel and hit subscribe, please, and thank you. And raiders, please don't worry about the bricks. We throw bricks at people to welcome them, welcome in. So I was talking about wanting and finding connection in the VTubing space and about friendships. I was explaining to everybody that I personally am I approach everything as just like finding acquaintances and knowing people who work in the same field as me, but we're not exactly like friends, like really close friends yet or anything. And that it can happen and you can develop friends. But I think it's important to have a friend group and support circle outside of streaming and have a life outside of streaming too, just for your own mental health, is what I was explaining to everybody. And that things being cliquey and catty or whatever, I think that can happen I think it's more prevalent in spaces where being sociable and being connected with other people, you know, the more you're with people, the more likely it is to happen. But it can happen in any setting, really. That's why, you know, like offices, right? You know, you'll have a clique of people who know each other at the water cooler. Maybe you have a clique of people who are always at someone else's desk. I don't know. But let me see. So I think for me personally, and this applies also to just general being on the internet, if you keep to yourself and just focus on making cool things and improving yourself, you won't really have to worry about this kind of stuff. So yeah, just it depends on what you want. Like, I think like with anything, if you want to go on an adventure, there are dangers and risks that you have to take. So if you expose yourself to people, there's always going to be the risk of maybe meeting somebody that you don't like that much, or maybe you meet somebody you do like and you need to figure out how to navigate their personality, because everybody from different walks of life, different cultures will be in that space. So again, people skills, very important. Yeah, humans are social creatures. Unfortunately, that means the patterns keep repeating. Yeah, but I think that in and of itself is not inherently evil or a bad thing. Wanting connection is not bad. Trying to look for connection is not bad. Getting hurt is not bad in and of itself. It'll feel hurtful. It'll feel like it sucks, and it kind of sucks that somebody did hurt you. But if you can navigate in such a way that you come to an understanding, or in some cases agree to disagree, then it's okay. But again, it's most important because you're publicly facing that you need to know how to present yourself well. Let me see what else. Does anyone else have anything they want to add on to this? Because if not, I think that's all I have to say for this question. And thank you very, very much again for this question. Let me see. I guess we can move on to the next one while you guys think up of a response, because the delay on YouTube is kind of big now. Okay, so next question is... Hi, Skye. From a fan viewer's POV, I'd like to know if Corpo management would be involved when the talent account clicked or liked or hearted responses, tweets, comments from fans. Was there someone to filter, limit interactions, or mind talents in real time to avoid cases like oversharing info on stream? From someone who wants to try their luck in applying to a Corpo, would detailing the idea solely through written words stand a chance? Like, I know my execution of those plans, and I deem interesting that I deem interesting would definitely be subpar in the near future, or at least in the time of applying. So this feels like a two-parter. Let me respond to the first part first. I think that in corporations, teaching your talents operation security is very important. So in the casual space of streaming, and because you're in the mindset of working at home, maybe you're talking to your viewers like your friends, you might be sharing like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go to this and that event and blah 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 blah. And then what you don't expect is somebody is going to go there and try and meet you, and maybe you're not comfortable with that, right? Or you didn't expect it. So with Operation Security, it's to keep you safe and also to keep the company safe. So I think it's mandatory to teach your talents, and also for management to understand this, because like it's something that you also learn over time as well when you're streaming. Hopefully nothing bad ever happens to you, but and then like also, for example, taking photos. Something that I've learned is to duck out of my camera view. Like, for example, if I'm taking a photo of a reflective surface, I put it on a table, and then I position my hands to take the photo, but then I put my head underneath the table, and then I take a photo of the thing so that you cannot see my face. Right? So it's stuff like that. It's normally people wouldn't think of this. It's not something that you'd think of. Like, you're just sharing a photo to your friend. They wouldn't think to look at the reflection and see your face in it. Or if you take a photo of your window and I don't know, fucking rain bolt. Why am I cussing again? Freaking rain bolt approximates your location, you know? So it's stuff like that you have to learn. And I do think that in general, even as an indie, or maybe even especially as an indie, you should learn these things. So yeah, you gotta take the extra precautions, especially with how comfortable you are with your physical form being shown, or like, you know, if you're okay with meeting people outside and maybe they ask for an autograph. The risk of that is if you have unfortunately someone who wishes harm upon you and can find you, that's the stuff you want to avoid by learning Operation Security and taking care of this. Now, I think also in regards to responding, liking, retweeting things and comments from fans, or maybe even people who just see your post and don't know you, I think it's important that management at least keeps an eye on it and at least advises you. You could ask, I'm pretty sure, your company like, hey, I'm not really a social media person. could you like help me keep up with this? You know, you could do stuff like that. But for things like responding and sharing things to your profile, which represents in a corpo not just you but the company itself, needs to align with what you're comfortable with and aligns with a good public image. So that's other things you have to think about. You have to think about how the public views you, and it's on a much bigger scale than, oh, what does my class think of me at school? This isn't just 30 other students. This might potentially be 1,000 subscribers. Now that may not sound like much, but think about a room of 1,000 people, right? That's a lot of people. It might be 10,000 people. So whatever it is that you put on that account needs to work towards promoting good image, promoting your portfolio, getting you outreach to other people, and, you know, like keeping you engaging, right? So I think that good management should be able to help coach or teach you about that, if not manhandle it, you know. I'm pretty sure that depending on person to person, maybe some people don't care what management does, maybe some people do care. So I think it also will differ from company to company. So if you apply and you get to the interview phase, go ask them that question and see what they want and what you want. Yeah. And then, let me see. Imagining that scene is so funny. The ducking my head underneath. It happens more than you think. Heck, you know those photos where everybody meets up at an off-kai, not the convention, but an actual, you know, offline get-together? Like when I went to go watch a movie with other girlies, I instinctively turn away as soon as someone's taking a photo, so at least only like the back of my head is visible, or I look away so that in the very slim off chance that my reflection is caught in the camera, I am not there, or at least not identifiable. So that's, yeah, that's the kind of, it sounds like borderline paranoia, but trust me, it's important. Oh god. So remember again, when you're streaming, you're not just streaming from your room. You are in a public space that is the internet. Anyone can come see you, and anyone can, you know, glean what they want from your content. Yeah. Okay. So next one is detailing the idea solely through written words stands a chance. So I think it'll be very difficult. I think what you need to back up those words, like, sure, maybe you haven't done a concert yet, for example. I'm sorry, music production is like the clearest thing in my head. Or maybe you want to become a VTuber artist who you will attach your artist portfolio to your corporation, which I personally don't recommend, but say, for example, you want to have an art exhibit. You need to have a portfolio that shows at least something similar, that shows you have some sort of understanding of what you're getting into, right? And if you have a concrete plan of how you're going to achieve that and what steps you can take or physically take or you can invest in, or if you believe the company can invest in and you confirm with them that they can invest with you, then I think yeah, you just need that backing. You need that foundation and proof. So, because as much as one party, both parties can give empty promises, right? Like a talent could say they want to do this, but then they never do it, right? Same thing with a company saying that they can do this, but then they never do it. Both of you both need to show proof, make a promise both in contract form and through integrity, and also have a plan and take those steps towards that goal, so, you know, to actually actualize the thing. So yeah, make sure to keep that in mind. Like, for example, if I really think about it, in my audition, when I said like, oh, I want to learn how to speak Japanese and communicate with the Japanese audience, if I really think about it, I didn't really make a plan of like, okay, I am going to have dedicated Japanese study streams like this often, and then spend my time offline to do this and achieve this. Now, I think it depends on you how much you care about this dream and goal of yours, but if you are going to dedicate offline time, unpaid time to bettering yourself for your streaming, you also need to keep that in mind of like how much you want to dedicate yourself to this, and make sure you take care of yourself, because you know, you might start to burn yourself out and feel like this is not worth my time and energy in exchange for like what I'm getting paid. It depends. It really depends on the person. Yeah. So let me see. There's camera shy, and then there's this. Oh gosh. I'm not particularly camera shy. I'm just, yeah, you know. I don't mind taking selfies of myself, but whenever P2 takes a photo of me, it's always so cursed. You know, the whole partner thing of like, oh, the girls take nice cute photos of both themselves and their partner, and then when it comes to like the boyfriend, they take like a high angle photo of your forehead, make you look like an alien. Yeah, it's usually okay. I think that kind of wraps up what I have to say about this question. Thank you so much. Let me move on to the next question. Let me see. I don't really want to say anything specific about this, except I think this is common sense, but on YouTube at least, you earn from what your fans give you, right? You earn from what your fans tip you to support your content because they find you funny, or they want to activate something on your stream, or there's a reward for doing so, right? And then maybe like a few cents from like AdSense or whatever, right? So, whatever you earn there, and then whatever publicly listed and agreed upon payment split there is, that's what you get. And that's all I'm gonna say. So, for example, if you're a streamer who, because I think there are different kinds of streamers who encourage different kinds of communities. For example, I don't think I am a very super chat heavy, encouraging kind of streamer unless I have an event going on. Like, for example, when I had Holly on the stream and we had the redeems, right? Of like, of hosing her down with water. That kind of stuff encourages like the monetary reward, right? So if on average you don't really do that, then you don't really get that much money. So that's just kind of like common sense. So if I wanted to earn more, I'd have to gear myself towards that. However, because I'm kind of like, you know, focusing on commissions now, streaming is, if I do earn money from it now, then that's awesome. That's great. Even it helps a lot. But if not, I work. I work. Gosh. So that's all I will say. And I guess again, you need to gear yourself towards being a moneymaker if you want to get quote unquote paid enough. Okay. So let me see. We've got... Oh, I think this one's our last question. Oh my gosh. This one. What would you say are the things to look out for before applying to any VTuber agency? Okay, so now this is more for people who are looking at potential agencies. I saw a lot popping up recently. I haven't done my research on them yet. But back when I was applying... So, first things first, check their website. See what's listed. Who are the staff members? Who are these people that you're working with? How much does it say about them, about their expertise and experience? Why, like, do they have a mission, vision? Why did they do this? And let me see. How professional is their website? Does it have good presentation? Does it have clear, understandable information? Do they have a clear and easily accessible contact form? Do they have, for example, is the URL also professional enough? Because I don't think I've ever seen an agency use a Wix site, personally. And then, have you refreshed to see if more came in? I kind of did put a cutoff, but I did open the Q&A section over here, which no one has used, actually. Guys, if you want to, if you want to ask questions, so you see the top chat box, right? Go tap on that. and then you'll see a drop-down menu, and then you'll see questions and answers, Q&A, and then you can leave a question in there, and then when you're done leaving your question there, come back to the chat. So yeah, feel free. I think also on computer there will be a Q&A accepting more questions here, little pop-up. You can also click on that if you want to ask questions. So I will be accepting more questions from anyone who would like to ask. I guess I can do a quick refresh just to see what people have said. Maybe I'll answer it at the end of this stream. We'll see. Actually, no, on Marshmallow, there's nothing. So, yeah. Okay. And I had to dismiss the pin message. Oh, hang on. Let me dismiss the pin message for you guys. Let me unpin that. There you go. You should be able to see it now. Okay. So, let me see. As I was saying, going back to oh my god, where's my CSP where I'm listing everything. Okay, so website. Check the company name, check if it has been registered. Being registered is very important, and making sure that they have all the proper paperwork and whatever, because you know they're hiring you, right? And you want to make sure that they can be held legally liable. Let me see. Check their social media presence. I think one thing that agencies should keep in mind, aside from how professional your presentation is not just building, like, actually this comes kind of after you get your talents, but don't rely just on your talents to build your brand. Build your brand yourself. Utilize your company, Twitter, YouTube channel, etc. Like for example, although there are many famous talents in Hololive, you also think of Hololive as a brand. You think of Hololive Cover Corp, right? And you know of them for the amazing feats that they've done for in like concert production and having an in-house studio and theater. Like those are big investments, but you can make small investments too. Just make sure that your brand name becomes something of a staple that people will remember, so that if a talent leaves for whatever reason, it doesn't detract too much from your brand name, so that you can stand on your own 2 feet as well. So that, because you know, like when you hire people into a tech company, yes, you have your programmers, but like, I don't know, we think of Apple for Apple, right? We think of their products, we think of their quality, we think of, I don't know, what tech they have gone into research and development, right? Although those are different fields and one is definitely more focused on talents than the other, you need to build that trust as an agency, as a company, so that people believe in what you can do. Now, it can be through portfolio, it can be through your talents, you know, word, but like for example, if I think of Face Connect, right now everyone is thinking, how is Face Connect still standing for so long, right? Even I think this all the time, like, what is their secret sauce? They must be doing something right. And aside from that, they also have a few other connotations that have been popular going around when you think of Face Connect. I don't know if it's rude for me to bring it up, so I don't want to say it. Yeah, you think of it as a coffee company, which is kind of a half joke, but they also have coffee, which is really cool. So, right? And that's what you think of when you think Face Connect. And when you go see their talents, it's just kind of proof of, okay, yeah, these guys pick some really entertaining people. This is really cool. And then, I don't know, you invest your time, energy, and attention into said company, right? Okay. Coffee sales still going good? Oh, hell yeah. I want to try it, but like, whatchamacallit, it's expensive to get shipped here. Okay, well, yeah, coffee and sad girls. I didn't want to say it, but well, somebody said it. Okay. So, right, brand name. I can think of Face Connect by itself without first thinking about their talents, you know? So let me see. So that's something for a more established agency, I guess. If you want to look at other agencies, how they utilize their image. I do think, although situation seems a little complicated right now, V4 Mirai did a very good job of keeping up their brand image. With like V Sensei and the people managing that account and the people managing the V4 Mirai account. I think they did a good job, because I could also think of V4 Mirai as a brand rather than each individual talent. So there's always lessons to be learned everywhere. So observe and look and see, because if they are investing in themselves as an agency, they will also be able to properly invest in you as a talent. So I think that's very important. So please remember this. And well, like, although yes, you can think of, like, when you think Cover Corp or Apple, you think of Yago-san and Steve Jobs. That's just kind of like a byproduct of having a good brand, I think, personally. I think Steve Jobs also had a very, from what I could tell anyway, charismatic and passion-driven personality for the things that he made, which I think in turn drew in a lot of people, and it just showed in his brand, and vice versa, just fed off of each other. So if you invest in your brand, if you're the CEO, I don't think it's a good idea to aim for fame if you're the CEO, because your main job is business. Your main job is business, right? Your brand will be proof of the pudding. Okay, now let me see. It was a genius idea for them to sell coffee in parallel to their talent stuff. Yeah, I can buy Machina flavored coffee. Well, inspired by the talents, right? Okay, so I think aside from that, moving on to from looking at their presentation and their like licenses and permits or whatever, the next step is auditions. Check their forms. Check to see what kind of questions they're asking you, because you can glean how much knowledge and understanding they have of a workplace and what they expect or what they don't know what to expect from that form. For example, like we mentioned earlier, if they don't have anything about how would you handle a struggle, for example, or maybe if that's in the interview phase, whatever. If they are lacking some hypothetical situations or some crucial information, then you can kind of guess that, okay, maybe they didn't think of this. And then you can approach them afterwards and discuss it and see how much they know if you do get to that part of the interview and everything, right? Then for the interview phase, make sure that your interviewers are professional. I think that for the companies I got into, they did amazing. But I'm not sure how much of this I can say, but like basically one of the interviews that I went to, the person hosting and handling the interview really turned me off from applying. So this is a tip for interviewers as well and staff members. Please stay on topic. Focus on getting to know your potential talent on a professional level, what you need to expect from them as their employer. What you can expect from them as their employer. You don't need to know if they play golf on Sundays. You need to know whether they can, if they know how to handle, a project falling through. Yeah? So focus on stuff like that. Focus on their talents, what they can do good for your company. Right. Let me see. And also again, observe. You don't have to psychoanalyze, but observe your interviewers, how they carry themselves, because you'll also kind of, again, remember, you'll never be able to 100% predict. You'll be able to glean what kind of person, what expectations they have going into this. And also make sure to ask them questions like, why did you start this company? What do you want out of making this company? Because you have as much say and as much, right to know where this project is going, right? Excuse me. So if you just ask as many questions as possible, and also about their expertise, their knowledge, etc., what you can expect from them. Heck, ask them you can ask them similar questions, I think, in my head. Just remember, like we mentioned earlier, Be polite, be respectful, ask from a place of curiosity and wanting to understand rather than a place of demeaning. Don't try to ask them as if like, oh, you know nothing after all. Don't ask like that. Ask because you want to know and that you want to basically, if you like their mission and vision, which I think is very important if you're applying to a company, ask because you want to be able to achieve that and work together in tandem with them to successfully achieve that. Okay? So yeah. Let me see. Is there anything else to look out for? You can, I guess, if you can find any portfolio on people who have worked on this stuff before, see what you can glean from them. For example, the people behind AniLive, I did a lot of research on them and found out they tried to do a virtual AI VTuber project, which initially started out as, what's it called? As like, imagine like the VTuber were a Vocaloid and they had like voices and things produced for that character, like a multimedia project, and then it branched out into AI VTubing. And then the project kind of just went stagnant. I have like screenshots and info on it because I was very curious. Because I was very curious about AniLive as a platform. Because as you can see, the platforms we have now are not exactly stable or ideal. But yeah, it's important to do as much reading as you can. So get a LinkedIn. Check out their profiles, see what projects they've been involved in, see what you can find out about them, etc. Right? Yeah. So as much research as they do on you, you should do as much research on them. And then let me see. Is there anything else? Anything else you guys think you should be on the lookout for if you're applying to Vtuber agency? Well, of course, always please be very careful with your contracts. Read them thoroughly, and once you're done reading them thoroughly, have it reviewed and reinterpreted and explained by a lawyer, or at least somebody who has a lot of experience in contracts, like maybe somebody who's had to not write contract, but maybe like, you know, basically give them to people and explain to them and stuff like that. Somebody who's been in the corporate field for a while. So that's usually older people. So yes, contracts very important because that is all of your responsibilities, like and potential liabilities and whatever that you have to the company and they have to you. So once you understand that, and everyone understands that, and you know, everything I explained earlier goes well, then it should be fine. Oh my gosh, I am running out of battery because I am yapping so much. Okay, I think that's the last Marshmallow question. Let me go check and see if Q&A here on YouTube has anything. Okay, this is highly irrelevant. Why are you so cute? I drew myself that way. Thank you. All right. Next question is... I already asked my main question in Marshmallows, but when talking behind the scenes, do you talk to staff, co-workers with the character names? Do you try to stay in character in collab group chats? I think in general that helps a lot so that you don't accidentally say something else. And I think also, like, when you're inducted into a company, you kind of just end up adopting that name already, and then eventually you get used to it, right? Like in my case, it was both part me and part my CEO who came up with my initial name, Skye Shinryu, right? And I was just kind of like, well, that's me now. So we all just call each other that. I don't know what it's like in other companies, but yeah, I think also just for OPSEC in general, getting used to calling each other by your work names is very good, so that, you know, you don't accidentally say something else. Yeah, so so it's really awkward when you end up finding people like discussing your other names and stuff, and you're just not used to it. It's really funny. It's effectively the same as pilots using call signs. Yeah, actually, but instead of saying the funny call sign name like Farty McFarterson, you have an actual name. Okay. Calling Connie. Oh, Salty Zero, thank you so much for the coffee. Oh my gosh. This has been a great stream. I will read that in full. I'll read it in full right now. Is it buy me a coffee? Let me load that up on my dashboard. Thank you so much. I have to log in again. Pain pickle. Pain. Hang on. Give me a second. So it says in full, been a great stream, very informative. Thanks a bunch. I am glad that it's been informative. I hope you've managed to glean something from it so far. And please feel free to revisit the VOD as I explain some more. And then let me see. So what were we talking about again? So yeah, going by our streamer names. I think with the offline meetup when I watched with everybody, right, the movie, I just called everybody by their streamer name. I don't really know their real names. And I think that's for the better, personally. It depends from person to person. Like me, Cunny calls me Skye IRL, but I would personally prefer if she just used my real name, cause I don't know, I don't think I look like a Skye IRL. So there's that. Yeah. Let me see. And trying to say in character, I don't like me, no, personally, cause why? But I think maybe for other people they'd prefer that, and I guess it just differs from person to person. So if you're gonna ask me, no, I don't really stay quote unquote in character behind the scenes. I'm just me. That me as Skye, I am just the same both online and offline. But like for when I was enacting as Admiral Wyvernheart, I did take on a bit of a flair. But I think also just for the sake of working together and doing projects, not being in character is very helpful. Cause imagine if I were, a haughty dragon who wanted a bunch of changes because this is not up to my standard or whatever, right? That would just make things difficult. Oh. I love drinking cold tea that's been sitting for 2 hours. Anyway, thank you for the question. Next question. What are red flags from an agency? I guess quoting off of everything I explained earlier, if they don't understand themselves well and their standards and have an idea of what they want to do, which I think is something that you come to understand slowly and gradually, and especially as plans change and reality sets in. And it's not just difficult for talents, but it's also difficult for people in management too, I would imagine, to be able to adapt and adjust to, finding out like, okay, so this was our intended market, but turns out we ended up with an entirely different audience, right? Stuff like that. So, if they're unable to find their footing and they don't know how to adapt to the stuff like this, which again comes very slowly and comes as a slow realization, unless somebody just outright comes and says, okay, guys, we need to revise our plans. This has gone in an entirely different direction. Unless somebody says that, it's something that needs to be brought up and discussed and observed. Aside from that, I think agencies that aren't officially registered are a red flag, because again, you can't hold them legally liable, and they can't be held legally liable by the state either, or state or country or whatever. Let me see what else. I mean, I understand everybody has their own time, but if they're really just unable to dedicate any time to the agency as well, then that's also not good. Let me see. Also, not investing in their own brand. I think it's just something that comes from a lack of education on brand and marketing and business management, I suppose. I think another thing is a lot of it you'll only figure out when you're in there. But I think a lot of this also can be discovered and learned from in other industries. So for example, if you're in an office space with a manager who does not either, say for example, care about you or listen to your feedback, then things are gonna crumble. Same thing for a VTuber agency. But if you do have a wonderful manager who does everything in their power that they can do, then things might go well. Maybe things might not go well because again, you have structures and everything, right? So, and like people above, people below. So it can vary a lot. But basically, let me see. Of course, obvious red flags are like, oh, they're delaying your payments and not paying you. That's an obvious red flag, right? Thing is, again, stuff like this is all behind the scenes, and you won't really know of it as in public, right? So what are other obvious red flags? I feel like everything I listed and what to look out for in a VTuber agency when you're auditioning, right? I think from that alone are already like the warning signs you can find. And also like think about their requirements critically. Like, do they list, okay, we want you to work for let me see, 5 hours 5 days a week. Realistically speaking, how much time do you have? And like, can you really commit to a 5-hour stream 5 days a week? Can you? And also, if that workload sounds like a lot, that is a lot for streaming. If it's a full-time stream, then maybe not. But again, you need to take into consideration of yourself. I think another thing that will be an issue for VTuber agencies when putting up your requirements is that the time spent streaming does not directly correlate to how much money you make. It very much depends on the type of content and what kind of rewards you give for that kind of behavior. So you could have a talent that only does 1 or 2 hour streams, but they do stuff like, oh, soundboards, and like, if you give this much, I'll do this, and you could rake in a lot of money from that stream, right? So it really depends. And like, as an agency, what are you trying to do? Are you going to do you want to make money to just reinvest into the talents? Actually no, that's the thing, that's part of it. Reinvesting into the talents, reinvesting into the company, reinvesting into yourselves. And you know, so it's a fine balance. But putting up stream hours that long will not always equal to that. However, it has somewhat of a correlation between subscriber count, because the thing is, the longer you are live, the more you are exposed to people, and the longer people can, like, for example, Aina-sama rated earlier, right? Had I ended this stream 2 hours ago, she couldn't have rated into me, right? So long exposure hours like this are good for building numbers, but not necessarily money numbers, right? However, if you want to look good for sponsorships and deals, building those subscriber numbers is kind of essential. But also, it is not a perfect representation of your actual CCV, your concurrent viewership. I'm sorry, it's a lot of technical jargon and lots of bullcrap that, you know, anyway. Well, it's not really bullcrap. Dealing with it is bullcrap, but these things are real. Oh god. My mom told me never work a second more than they pay you. I do believe in that. However, in a field like this, it's very common for people to be like, oh man, it's my dream to be able to do this. I'm going to work every second of my life to be able to achieve this. If you don't get the proper support to be able to sustain that, both the morale and your work amount, then it's gonna be hard to feel like you can keep going. So you're gonna need to, again, set expectations between you and the management, or the management and the talent, right? And figure out from there. The difficult part is also because with everybody having such differing goals and different agencies wanting to do different things, how can you set a standard for this? Now, I think this is a difficulty for a lot of people. If we have a talent who wants to do songs, and we have a talent who wants to do comedy skits, their needs are going to be different. So if they're so vastly different, how are we going to be able to give them a standard? Do we just curate our services to each of them? Or do we have to give them some sort of standard? That's another thing that I don't think the industry as a whole has yet figured out. Again, I do think by pigeonholing, by narrowing down what it is that you want as a company and the talents you pick for that purpose will help direct that. I think for those who want to just do a general thing of support everyone, it's really hard. It's like variety streaming. It's really hard. You're stretching yourself thin. I think I don't know enough about other fields, like for example comedy or education. What does someone need for that? What kind of partnerships do you want? What kind of resources do you need? Do you need a writer? Do you need an editor? Or like for example for singing, then that they need a mixer. They don't need an editor, right? So how can we best support everyone in a way that's sustainable and easy to expect, right? And I think it's pretty easy to feel, what's the word, like expectations are not met, or there's confusion between the amount of support you're getting if it seems like it's different for each and every single person. So I think that's the one difficult thing of wanting to support everyone, is that it gets confusing. You know what I mean? So I think all of our best minds in the field right now need to come together and figure out a way to make this work. I don't know, because I think it's a very noble and a beautiful goal to want to find and curate talent and watch them grow, especially people who feel like they didn't get a chance. And want that chance to grow big and reach more people. I think that's wonderful. But being able to sustain that is another research endeavor entirely. And I still think no one has figured it out yet. Hence why a lot of VTuber agencies have closed down. So yeah, I think one day it should be possible and should be viable. I don't know. If anyone wants to talk about it and figure it out, I would be happy to provide my own insight too. Or if not, at least can you share what you've learned? I think though, for a lot of the time in a corporation, of course, company secrets are going to be company secrets, right? What their secret sauce is, like, gosh darn it, Phase Connect, why won't you tell us? What are you doing? But like, yeah, I can understand and respect that, but also like, man, I hope that in the next 5 years, maybe, or 10, we'll see, it gets figured out, and we have agencies that'll last longer than 5 years. That would be nice. Yeah. Let me see. Girl, we all know you can't stay in character for long. No, I can't. Let me see. No, it's fine. Subscriber count is more like people who want to keep tabs on your account rather than the people who would see your streams. Yeah, that is true. The secret is ethically sourced small batch roasted coffee. You're right. Actually, that's another thing. I think having an extra source of income for the company is very important. So like what FaZe is doing, it's coffee. It's a coffee business, right? I think having that extra source of income and not just solely relying on talents is very important, because even if you've saved a lot for this project, savings are finite. They are not sustainable. They are not renewed. They are not a renewed resource. So you need a source other than your talents coming into your company, whether that is from your own pocket or if it's from another business you're setting up in tandem. Like, look at what Cover Corp is doing. They are making Hollow Earth, which is a metaverse social verse where people can, I'm not sure if it's real money or virtual money, but basically, you know, they have this in the Hollow Indie licensing games, and I'm sure they get a cut of sales from that. That's another form of income that goes into the company that will make it much easier for you to support both your talents and yourselves. So I think that is very crucial. Having more than just your talents income be your money pool, basically. Let me see. We joke about the coffee, but it's consumable, so fans gotta buy more of it after they eat it. And it's legally not food, so it's easy to ship without extra regulation. That's true. Huh. So that's my thoughts on that. And then let me see. Oh, in a VTubing Corpo setting, how do you handle coworkers being difficult to work with? Compromise, you know, like if let's say, for example, we're gonna do a collab and it's a game that I don't like. I don't know, just an example, right? But the other person really wants it, and then we argue because I don't like it, they like it, and they're like, why? Right? So I think, as usual, being civil, of course, and just agreeing to disagree. You do not personally attack each other. There's no point in doing so. It will just hurt you and hurt them, and it'll just spout ill will. Of course, I think it's important also to communicate and for others to understand. Like, for example, I don't like this game, and it's okay if you like this game, but just know that I'm not really fond of it, so maybe can I dip out early? Or maybe can we keep the stream to about like an hour at most? Like, especially like, I don't know, if you need to do a collab, right? And then if someone else is being difficult, again, this is why I think having HR is important. If someone is harassing you in the workspace or is being particularly difficult, having someone in HR to mediate between you and them, and then also mediating between the whole situation and upper management if things need to be escalated because it's just the way that things are. Sometimes stuff like that does happen. Just again, try your best to be civil. It's a workspace. It's not school. It's not whatchamacallit. And you know, even in school, you have sanctions against misbehavior, right? So again, as management, I think you need to know how to have a firm hand and how to basically mitigate and de-escalate situations like that. So those skills are very important. Aside from that, if you can't really do anything about it, you can't just grin and bear with it. Just make sure you don't, like, if the thing is about understanding each other is that it prevents growing resentment. Ideally, you do not want to grow resentful of another talent. Like, for example, you can be jealous, like, of their success, but you can also understand it's because of all the hard work they put in or the content that they create, and that appeals to more people than, say, the content that you create. And that's just the way of the world. It's factors out of your control, right? So you don't have to attack them. You can feel your feelings, and that's okay. If you want to discuss them with other person, I think that's more of a personal thing up to you. But I think, remember, workspace, do what you would do if you were in an office. Yeah. Let me see. Physically attacked each other in the battle doll. Oh my god. My personal belief, it's about bringing in new viewers. So many fans just exist in this VTuber sphere and shuffle around. We need to be looking at adjacent markets like anime and gaming. Yeah, I do agree with that. And actually, that's one reason why I was looking into trying to advertise myself at VCAT. I didn't push through with it because on one hand, I was like, are VR gamers really gonna watch a VTuber if I think about it? Or are they too busy being in VR chat, right? So I do think that bringing in new viewers in is very important. And like what HoloLive did with the baseball stuff, that's a fantastic example of bringing in new viewers. Sure, it sounds like a super out there concept, like anime girls, baseball. Right? You're right. Like it's such a weird idea, but it did bring in a lot of Dodgers fans. And then let me see. Of course, also Japan loves baseball, Yaku, and like some of their most famous players are known in America as well, right? So, bringing in new people is very important. Let me see. The rabbit hole is deep. We can get them. I think the whole anime presentation is a bit of a hurdle when it comes to, you know, visual presentation, because not everybody likes the bug-eyed, big-boobied, colorfully haired characters, right? Maybe they'd rather watch somebody who looks like a real person, a flesh tuber. But I think I think generally more people are becoming more and more open-minded. I think if you can get them with the interesting content and bring them in, that should be, a great way to bring in new eyes. From what I've seen, from me going to anime conventions on the robot or meet and greets, there actually are a lot of viewers of anime who do not watch VTubers, like, at all. And they're like, it's their first exposure, and they don't really know what to expect. Like, in their head, an anime character is an anime character with a set story, where they have lines recorded, they watch episodes. Whereas here, with a VTuber and a meet and greet, oh my god, I'm at 10% battery, you have something talking to you live. And I think now, if we think about this outside of being a VTuber fan and knowing what VTubers are, this is somebody looking at a character who is like, why are they talking to me in real time? They're addressing me like my shirt, my height, which I kind of had this realization when I was watching Defunctland's video. We are doing live puppeteering of an avatar, of a character. And to someone who's new to this is like an illusion of being a character, right? So I think there is that preconception, and also another issue that VTubers have been stating, which is why it's difficult to bring new people in, is there's just a complete lack of understanding of what a VTuber is. And so, whatchamacallit, they don't, it's like some people think VTubers are just AI, like TTS, Gen AI, text, I don't know, ChatGPT running on a TTS with a, I don't know, right? So stuff like that. And the thing is, they don't understand that there's a person, hello, behind the avatar wiggling their head around so that the model wiggles their head around too. And I think that in order to be able to bring in more people, we need to educate everybody on this. So I think one way to do so is targeting more normie things, like, for example, I don't know, a tech demo or whatever, and it's showcasing VTuber technology. Although there have been so many developments in the home entertainment scene, we have full body tracking you can buy and bring to your house and do a full 3D production, right? Not a lot of that has been showcased to the regular public, right? So I think bringing that over, like, sure, it'll be normified, but also bring in more people so we don't have to fight each other for the same viewers or shuffle around the same viewers with each other, right? Anyway, gosh, I think what was the question even I was even answering anyway? That was being, oh my god, we skipped from how to handle difficult co-workers to, oh gosh, the VTubing industry as a whole. Jesus Christ. Also, yeah, just for difficult co-workers, how would you deal with them in the office or if you're at school with a work group project? Just think of it like that, Like, you can be annoyed with them, sure. Just don't take it out on them, okay? Let me see. Has there been any instance where a coworker made you uncomfortable? How did you handle it? I think there has. I remember bringing it up to them and discussing it. And usually, of course, if the person's understanding, everyone will talk it out and, like, apologies and everything like that. Yeah, just talking about it is the best way, because if you don't talk about it, you'll grow resentful. Or you could also just, hopefully, if you have super thick skin, just not give a damn and just continue doing what you're doing. So yeah, and then let me see. Okay, this question asks, not sure if this has been asked before, but how much control does a Corpo talent have over the IP in terms of their content and sponsorship, or is it all handled by management? I'm gonna say that it differs from company to company. You'll definitely have to ask them if you get to that phase of the interviews and auditions. In my head, I think it's very reasonable for a company to own an IP, and because they have developed it, Like, they have paid for it, they have paid for the design, they have paid for the rigging, the blah blah blah, and maybe it's the brainchild of the owner of the business. I think that's completely reasonable. But once you assign it to a person and they bring both, remember when I said about you turning yourself and your person into a product, you apply your entire, almost entire self to that IP. I think it makes sense to relinquish more of that control to the talent. And also, you know, my dad was talking about how businesses and like studios, game studios, will just buy and buy and buy studios and then have all these IPs and they just sit on them and they don't do anything with them. And then eventually when the money is bad, they shut down the game studio and the IP is gone forever because it's still owned by that company and it's now dead. That's really unfortunate. And I think personally, either sell the IP back or, I don't know, have the IP be reacquired by the developers, right? That's my belief. Also for VTuber agencies, because while the visuals and brand are very much an investment from the company, for the rest of the time, it's a constant investment from the person working as your talent. So that's my personal belief on that. Buyout options seem to be becoming a lot more common now, which is a reasonable compromise. Yeah, because if you really think about it, it's a lot of money to invest in a VTuber. Everything, all the assets, right? It's a lot. And unless you do extremely well, it's gonna be hard to be able to like break even with that even. So unless you've worked there for a super long time, it's gonna be difficult, and it is a gamble also for the company as well. Once a talent is using it, you're not really gonna be able to micromanage the IP itself anymore. The industry is a little too organic for that. Yeah, because again, with streaming and the person becoming the product, you are marketing you yourself as a person or a slightly curated character or very curated character. It depends on you. Everyone's different. And each goal is different. So like if you have a company that aims to tell a narrative and have characters of a certain type, it's like at theme parks where you have the person in the mascot costume and they have to stay in character, right? It's like that, working there every day. Or you could be like a teacher at a school where you teach your students about this and that, and that's somewhere you go every day and interact with people, but you are more yourself and sharing your knowledge, right? Those are different ways you can approach this thing. So what a talent ends up doing with the IP kind of needs to stay more organic that way, like you said, because if it starts to become too artificial and that's not what the fans expect, then the fans are going to be upset, right? And the talent might also be upset too. It really depends on the person. Let me see. Gosh, I'm hungry. Anyway, so sad to lose an IP. So much is dependent on the talent, and they alone are responsible for growth. I am most 3 years, and an IP is yours. I agree with that. And also, I just wanted to share that I do have my regrets about the Admira Wyvernheart IP. Although I was offered the IP, I feel bad because she was not able to utilize for a long time because of circumstances out of my control, and also because someone else could have had that opportunity to debut and get that reach and that get that basically all the support that someone gets at a debut. Now I feel like I am in the pool of people who don't need another debut because I already had an established fan base, which I didn't know I was going to keep either, by the way. There's just a lot of things that I did not expect that happened in my life. So I understand there are people who are upset, angry about the loss of Admira Wyvernheart, but there wasn't really much else I could do, honestly, really. So yeah, I am always wishing Aegis Link the best though, and everything that they do, I hope it always goes well for them, and please support the talents. And also keep an eye over them, watch over them, please. And then, yeah. Because, yeah, like, if you think about it, man, I took somebody else's opportunity, and that makes me feel bad. So, no matter how angry you are, don't worry, I'm already beating myself up. So, whatever you say is not gonna match up to what I beat myself with. But anyway. But I do appreciate everything that that company gave me, whatever I was able to share, and everything I learned. So thank you for the opportunity. It was really great. Thank you. Let me see. Let me see. Is there anything else I want to discuss? Not really. I think that's about it for all the questions. Let me just refresh Marshmallow. I highly doubt there's anything new here, but verify you are human. Yep, that's it. Okay, let's close the Q&A section. Hang on, let me... Excuse me. Similarly, I've been half-heartedly trying to find who is sitting on Data East's old IPs. I want to buy Karnov and dangle it over way forward. Interesting. I hope you find them. So... Remember how I said I was gonna talk about like making like a structure thing and like go on a monologue? I feel like I already talked so much and explained a lot by going over these questions with you guys. So I guess I'll kind of just wrap it up so I can also eat lunch and like go over what I think the ideal workflow is like. Okay, so let's start with our company structure, right? So say we have the CEO, and then under the CEO, I think the CEO should hire people, not just managers, but people who know how to do operations, and have these operations people, let's just say operations manager or consultant, I don't know. Operations man, consultant, I don't know. Then you also have people who are in charge of talent management. Then you need HR, please, HR to handle situations. Let me see. Operations management or consultation, talent managers. Also, thing is, like if you have a startup with a small amount of people, yeah, people can take on multiple hats, right? So I guess it doesn't have to follow this strict structure, but basically then you need someone who's in charge of like, thing is SEO and like marketing can also be handled by, I think, either this or this role. But hang on, let me change it to this. There we go. So I guess these are just multiple let's just describe this as facets or things you need for well, talent development, talent growth, company growth, etc. Let me see. So of course, talent manager should handle the talents, right? I'm just gonna put talents. Now between talents and talent manager, you also have your service providers, right? Providers. Now I think also some, okay, right. I think these everybody should be in constant communication with each other. So for operation management, I think okay, thing is, it's kind of hard for me to say without having ever experienced a formal corporate setting, like in an office. What if I do it from the bottom up? Actually, wait, you're right. No, why am I talking to myself if I'm talking as if I'm talking to someone else? What the fudge? Okay, so a talent wants to do a project. Okay, so for the project, you need service providers. Okay, now you need somebody to find and manage them. Now talents can do this too. Find, manage organize. And so for somebody to organize the project, and then they need to put it up here, and pitch the project to both management and marketing to see if it aligns with the company vision, right? And then also, wait, we forgot, we gotta have the fans. The fans are so important. So fans support talent, right? And the projects usually are for the fans, right? So pitch it to management and marketing. With marketing, you need to have SEO and maybe, like, I don't know, ads or something, which in turn go all the way back to the project and also to the talent, right? And once the whatchamacallit, the optimization of the search engines and the ads are done, this will then eventually make sure that these reach the fans, right? So once the project, oh god, has been put out, now usually there's the money, right? I don't know, I'm just gonna put like an S. Now the money goes towards, okay, so we have management, right? Management needs to oversee, let me see, manage funds, right? You have people managing funds. You have people managing projects also. Funds, projects. Then again, we have somebody already here, right? But also, I think they need to have some sort of idea of what's going on, right? Like project approval, things like that, research and brand direction, and then also between talents, you also need your HR to resolve any problems, which also, whatchamacallit, goes to the people who manage people, right? And then also for management, they also need to give like feedback to the talent, likewise, right? Feedback. It's just, it's an ecosystem, right? Oh god. And yeah, you need, let me see. Are there in-house artists or is it outsourced? Actually, wait, that's a great question. So in my time as both indie and corporate, I have learned and figured out, especially when I'm hiring people, that if I'm not doing it actively enough, like I'm not streaming or making content actively enough and earning enough to keep paying somebody to become my dedicated clipper or editor, it's not fair to that person. But another difficulty is finding somebody, because a lot of editors, they work for everybody. They work for all sorts of people, and their availability is really hard to determine. Which is why usually you see bigger content creators. Like I know RT works with somebody consistently. I know that Jimmy here works, I think, with like 1 or 2 people consistently as well. If you're starting out and you don't really have an established schedule and flow, and you can't afford to keep somebody paid to constantly be your sole editor, I think a compromise for that would be have a priority, like be on their prio list. Like, okay, you work with me, I'll make sure you get frequent work, but you can take work from other people, but please prioritize me, blah blah blah. You know, you can do stuff like that. So and then as for an artist basis, it is also kind of difficult, because unless you're Hololive, who has a bunch of talents doing a lot of MVs and whatnot, who will keep you filled with constant work, it's not like you can become an in-house artist. Again, I think prio list is very viable. So there is that. Question for an entry-level VTuber working part-time 12 to 20 hours a week. Total year cost for activities. I know that can be a wide range, but just your opinion, use in USD if possible. Okay, let's start with first investment cost, okay? So debut cost. Let's chalk it up to that. Now let's compare with like the minimum and the maximum, okay? So for live 2D art, for like average price that I've seen people go for, anywhere between like 500 to 600 USD. So let's round it out to 550 USD, right? Hang on, give me a sec. So model art is 550. Rigging, excuse me, model rig. This is if you want to go live 2D, okay? Live 2D. Model rig, let's say somebody's charging you for 300. Now you want to get a microphone. If you want to start out with a microphone I used to have, that was like a Fifine F1. So let's say Fifine F1 mic. That was like 1,500 pesos. Fifine F1 microphone. Sorry, well, it's like 2,000 now, but I'm pretty sure I got mine for like... Okay, let's round it to 2,000 pesos. 2,000 PHP to USD. That's $34. Okay, so that's $34. And for this one, you do not need a audio interface. So it's just a USB microphone, right? OBS is free. If you really want to have, say, let's say just an overlay, okay? Just an overlay. You can buy one for, I don't know, let's say $20 maybe. Yeah, let's say about like 20 USD. Okay. For your camera, you can get any webcam, but I would recommend, oh my god, why is my face blushing? You can get, so webcam, right? Get like a 50 FPS one, like 1080p. If you can't get a 60 FPS, that's okay. FPS. How much is a 1080p 60 FPS webcam? Contrary to popular belief, you don't need just an iPhone to stream. Logitech Streamcam is around 7,000 pesos. There's one for 4,000. Let's round it up to about 5,000 pesos to USD. That's like $85. Okay, so 85 US dollars. So that's like, and okay, let's not include your internet, right? So totaling that, 4 plus 5 is 9, 5, 8, 10, 18, 6, 9, 989 USD. And that's like for medium quality. Now you could go a lot cheaper by using like a PNG model. Now let's see. Oh, by the way, usually for model art and model rig, you're already paying for commercial rights. Now for PNG, let's say somebody charges you a PNG tuber model for like $50 and they have a commercial rate of times 1.5. How much is 150? Sorry, 50 times 1.5. 75. Okay, $75, right? And then you have everything else. So let's just forward the 34, the 20, and then the 85, right? Okay. So 5 plus 5 is 10, plus 4 is 14, 7 plus 3 is 10, plus the 1 is 11, 13, $114. That's a pretty big difference, is it not? Right? So which is again why I suggest going with a PNG tuber model. I think PNG tubing is very accessible and can be very charming. So don't worry about it too much. Now this isn't including things like plugins. There are plenty of plugins that are free, so don't worry about that too much. But if you want to go like maximum, if you want to have a crazy debut, let's say the model art costs you about $2,000, right? And then your rig costs you another maybe another $2,000. I am just spitballing here. And then if you want a nice microphone, what's the one that everyone talks about? It's God, this is getting expensive. Yeah, it's getting real expensive. Yeah, peso is Philippine currency. So what's that microphone? Fancy microphone. Come on, give me singing microphones. Oh yeah, the Shure SMB, Shure SM7B. Sure. How much does that cost? 27,200. Okay, 27,200 pesos to USD. That's 463. Assure SM whatever. How much is it again? 463. Okay. And then you're gonna have to get some sort of wait, hang on. Sure, SM7B, what's it called? Audio interface. Reddit. What do they suggest? Focusrite Scarlett 2i2 3rd gen. I have that. Oh sorry, no, I don't. I have the 2nd gen. Let me. Okay, so this one, how much does it cost? Let me just go off of Shopee or whatever. Come on. I know you guys have the price listed somewhere. $153. That makes things 153.99, so 154. So the Focusrite. Focusrite, how much? 144, right? And then for an iPhone, how much? Let's say you want the latest iPhone 17, right? How much is the iPhone 17? 86,990. That's the Pro Max. Let's say you want to get a regular Apple iPhone 17. That's 54,000 pesos to USD. $919. iPhone 17. How much? $919. So this is like starting from scratch if you have absolutely nothing and you want to go all in, buddy. So 3 plus 9 is 12, plus 4 is 16, 6, 7, oh sorry, 10, 12. Sorry, I'm adding the 6 and the 4 first for 10, and then 11, 12, and then 2, 4, 5. Oh wait, sorry, hang on. We forgot about these numbers. Am I adding this right? Yeah. So 4, wait, 9 plus 1 is 10, plus 4 is 14, plus 15. So that's 2, 4, 5, $5,526. Yeah. So the thing is with you can use Android phones for facial tracking. However, you will not be using Face ID. Instead, you'll be using like the NVIDIA something. There's like an alternate tracking method that VTube Studio has provided. Oh, by the way, VTube Studio, you need to buy a license to stream actively. It's really cheap. It's very accessible, so this shouldn't matter too much. But how much is VTube Studio license? I think I bought mine on Steam. Give me a moment. Remove watermark, 389 pesos. So let's round it up to like 390 pesos to USD. It's like $6.5, $6.5. So there's that too. Let me see. If you know which minimum spec of iPhone you need, you might be able to go cheaper for the face tracking. I think I have an iPhone. It's either 10 or 11. It's like old. So as long as it has Face ID, you're good. That's all you need. You could probably get a more affordable secondhand one somewhere. Yeah. Okay, thank you for answering, but that it's just assets. Imagine every project you wanted to do is funded. How much then? If this is too much, feel free to pass. I know it's a lot of thinking. Okay. So how many projects do you want? Now let's say you wanted to do I'm sorry, it's always music related. You want to do an MV, a music video. What's a good estimate? Do you want to do it every 2 months? Because remember, you're also gonna have to be recording all the time. I know I put out like short covers like 5 times a month, but that's different because I'm by myself and I can do everything. But okay, let's say you want to make an MV every 2 months. So here we have the art. Do you want it to just be static art? Now, a full body of a character can average anywhere between $100 to like $300. So let's say you get full body, you get full body art for like $250 US. And this is not including live 2D separation, live 2D rigging if you want that. Now, you can also, let's say you want the MV editing, right? You want to get a music video editor. VTuber music video edit studio. I know there are guilds who have come together to make VTuber services specifically. Just give me a moment to find them. You know what? I'll just open up VGen. And then let's just pull up a random nice looking service. Animation and videos, video editing. No, it's under video creation, music videos. Okay. So I'm gonna go with this music video tier 2. It costs... Okay, that's in pesos. Let me convert that to USD. Tier 2, 75 USD. However, plus 100% for monetized content. Usually most of the time it's a cover, right? So it's not exactly monetized unless you need to request it for that. Is this charged per second? $100 per minute with good quality. So I guess I'll take their pricing of 75, and let's say the song is about 2 months, right? Oops. 2 months. And it's a 3-minute video. So because they charge 75 per minute, 75 times 3, how much is that again? I'm too lazy to bring out the calculator. Times 3, 15. That is 14, 21, 22. So 225 USD. Let me see. And then it's optional, but if you want to get an instrumental for it, that can also cost around that much. Then let's just go look. Music and audio, music creation, cover instrumental, no vocal. Okay, hang on, it's loading, guys. Give me a moment. Why won't it open? Hello? So for $100. Okay, so that's 100 USD. Now I'm operating under the presumption that they're not charging you the commercial rate because this is a cover. So adding that all up, so that's 5, 7, 2, 4, 5, 575 USD every 2 months. So that's like, and 12 divided by 2 is 6. So 575 times 6, 30, 36 plus 6, 42, 45, 33,450 USD for a whole year. This is for a whole year. Yeah. So, which is why I highly recommend that you learn at least one skill to help mitigate how much you spend. For example, because I can draw, I get my art for free. Because I know how to edit videos, I get it for free. And actually, no, I don't know how to do music yet, so I'd have to pay for that. But my main issue is that because I'm dedicating my time to it, this is time I could spend earning money where I need to feed myself. So I need to dedicate my time elsewhere, which doesn't give me enough time. Yeah, quote unquote free. It's my blood, sweat, energy, and potential money that ends up going into these things. So yeah. So if you have that kind of money to spend every year, so guys, when you see a really cool VTuber production, probably a lot went into that, especially if they had a lot of commissioned illustrations, like for a collab. So yeah, which is why I think it would be cool if we all got into the habit of collaborating with each other to do cool things again. But yeah, I understand the need for money. I am there too, right? So mixing can also cost a bit. Oh right, mix! I forgot about that. You can also mitigate by learning to do it yourself. Mix. I entirely forgot about the mix. I'm so sorry. This is not the final price. Sorry. My phone is dying. It's time to swap over to the small model. Oh dear. Hang on. Neko. I named it Necopolitan Skye. Okay. Alright. We're here. Alright. So, for a mix is kind of not optional. Come on. A mix, right? How much does the mix cost? Say it's just a solo mix. Music, audio, vocal, tuning, full mix. Come on. Full solo vocal package. This one costs... Oh, hey! I know this person. I've worked with them through AN Project once. $100, inclusive of everything needed. So, again, 5, 7, 2, 4, 5, 6. 675 times 6. Sorry, let's... 675 times 6. So that's a 30, 36, 42, 45. This becomes 36, 40. So 4,050 US dollars per year for a project every 2 months. So, which is why also, if you're in a VTuber agency, or if you are making one, and you don't have that kind of money to spend for the upkeep after investing in just the models, you can let your talents do this or hire talents that specifically do this. However, make sure to make sure that they get proper money for the time that they spend on this. Because one thing that I forgot to mention this for one of the questions earlier. One thing that VTubers go to agencies for is that's so they can get monetary help or support for these kinds of projects, right? So, if the expectation of that is not met and that's what they're expecting, they might get frustrated. So you gotta be upfront with this too. Do you think this is a fair take? Around 100 CCV YouTubers fully supported on all assets, hardware, software projects by a corpo working part-time, 15,000 a year. Wait, hold up. Around 100 CCV VTuber fully supported on all assets, hardware, software. So all their assets, hardware, software was paid for, right? That's what you're saying. So not thinking about the initial investment costs as a talent. Corpo working part-time, 15,000 US dollars a year. Thing is, it depends on how much you need to spend a year. Because I know that America likes to talk about their expenditures and earnings in terms of years, whereas here we do it in months. So I'm not sure entirely if that is doable. It will vary from person to person. Now, if you were asking me if, like, whatchamacallit, I earn 15,000 US dollars a year. How much is that in pesos? 15,000 USD to PHP. That's 880,000. 880,000, almost 881 divided by 12. That's $73,415 a month. Jesus Christ, I could live in luxury with this, and I could have a project so frequently. Jesus Christ. Oh God. Oh God. Everything you need to... Dude, this is like the completely ideal situation, which is highly unrealistic. Sana all nga eh. Sana all nga eh. If I was not worried about your income just on the cost of keeping you running. Oh. Okay, not about my income, just keeping running. So, say for example, you debut a generation of 3 talents. Like, how much of this money pool is going to the company? And within that pool of money going to the company, how much of it are you going to reinvest into your talents? Or are you going to do a system where you have your talents pay for their projects or whatever? Or like, is there a stipend or whatever, right? So, so we're not talking about income, cost of keeping running. So we have to keep the company and the talent running, right? Let me see. So, hang on. Let's go back. Let's go back. So if a talent wants to do a project every 2 months, and we've got 40,500 US dollars a year, And that's just that's for like 6 projects in 1 year, right? Hang on. I am trying to understand. So we have a budget of 15k USD in a year. And then there is no concerns of assets, right? So it's just to keep things running. Now, see, the thing about keeping a VTuber running and streaming is that after the initial investment, technically you do not need to spend anything else. Like, you can just keep streaming with the same assets. Yes, you'll buy video games. Actually, yeah, video games are another thing. Let's list some expenditures. VTuber expenses, right? So if you're a gamer, you buy games. If you want to review game software, right? Software. This also includes like consoles and stuff. Consoles, hardware. Now these are things that can be bought over and over. Excuse me. Like reoccurring VTuber expenses, because new games come out all the time. VTubers are gonna get in on the trends and stuff, right? Maybe there are some subscriptions. Maybe your VTuber plays, maybe they play an MMO and they want you as the company to pay for it, right? Aside from that, of course, keeping themselves alive, that's on them, food or whatever, right? If there are, like, say, tools for their craft, like, for example, Gunpla, right? Gunpla, buying a new kit, reviewing kits, right? I.e. Gunpla. That's just one example. Or, like, models, right? What are some other reoccurring expenses? Yeah, if they want to do projects, like, for example, a skit or an MV or a concert or what else? Permits. Oh yeah, permits, licenses. So permits and licenses, some of these things can expire too. Some of them you need to buy per song or whatever, right? So there's a bunch of stuff like that. It takes time to make money. Just keeping things going for about 2 to 3 years, supplying quality product while reinvesting. Let me see. So what are some other things that you end up spending on? I mean, upgrades, but that's not really a frequent expense. So less frequent expenses. Hardware upgrades, hardware or tool upgrades, right? Oh my god, upgrades. Model, like new models, stuff like that. New models. So actually, yeah, there's a whole thing of getting a 2.0 and everything, right? And we all know that models are very expensive, so to get one very soon after is gonna be a significant dent in the wallet for anybody. So lots of those kinds of projects are pretty chunky investments. I think your biggest expenses will be projects. This, and if your talent wants a new model, those are gonna be super expensive. How much models do range on price? I've seen people who put out like package deals anywhere from like $600 to $4,000. So there's a really, really big wide range, but it really depends on you, what you want to go for. You know me, I'm always gonna advocate for start small, then go big. Merch drops are great, but they don't usually really return much investments to. Yeah. So for merch, more than anything, merch. Hang on. Merch is for the fans, right? For the fans, more than anything. So you normally don't make that much money off of it, because for merch you have to commission art, right? Commission art, and then you also have to go about the cost of production with a service of production. I think there are some services who actually who actually require you to have a fee when you join them. I'm pretty sure there are some that, like, I've been browsing around, but not all of them, of course. I can't really say much on it, but I know when I was looking into one of them, I was like, I can't. I cannot. So, there are some services. Oh, wait, hang on. Let me mark that as optional. So, and usually commissioning art is like a lot of money, right? Commissioning art is big bucks. But usually you only have your dedicated fan base giving you, taking orders, basically placing orders. So usually, yeah, you won't see much return, but the investment here is your fans' happiness and support, and so that they know that you think of them and you want to show your appreciation. That is the main end goal for merch. It's not for making money, it's for making the people who have supported you happy. Or at least that's my belief anyway. However, if you're like Sanrio or Nintendo or Disney, where your dedicated buyer base far outweighs any costs that you may have, then you can make a lot of money. But that's becoming like, like Gucci, like Prada, but Disney, Ay. Let's see how fast my wife kills me if I get the Skye last pad. Well, I appreciate the thought. Thank you. Let me see. Would you think merch can help retain fans? I know merch losing fans. I think so. Really, it depends on your audience base. Like, I think while you guys appreciate merch and you think merch is cool, I don't think, unless, please correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think you guys are majority, the kind who would go out of their way to really buy everything, right? And I, for example, I'm actually the really wrong demographic for a VTuber fan. Like, I don't care about merch. I like the person themselves. Let me see. But I think just having cool things, showing appreciation, and also just building, it also builds your brand too, right? Then you'll be able, then that's a good investment. So merch is the one place where I believe that it should be the company favored in terms of profits. The talents should definitely be at least 30% to keep the company running, but the talent adds the value. This is my personal opinion. I think even less than 30% is fine for me in terms of selling merch and having merch sales, unless the product is mainly produced by the talent. For example, it is an audio drama, or if it's something made by the talent specifically, it's like a digital item, then I think more of the earnings should go to the talent. However, if it's just blasting your talent on like a sticker, I don't care. Give me like 10%, 5%. I could care less. But that's me. Okay. It's gonna vary from person to person. Yeah. I don't always buy merch, but I do buy them for myself. I just won't buy every new merch that drops. Yeah. For me, I feel like if the merch is specifically cool and I like that, then I'll get it. I like, even if I like the person a lot, if the merch doesn't jive with me, I won't buy it. That's honestly a good point. Yeah, if it's just a model fair. But like if the talent drew the art that you made, then either pay them a sizable amount of money, or like the rate that they charge for, or give them royalties out of that. Let me see. The only merch I would actually buy are clothing, but my god, shipping fees are more expensive than the actual yeah. I feel that. Let me see. So, have you noticed certain types of merch selling better, clothes versus trinkets? All I know is that with the really cool shirt and jacket design that we have, I know at least a couple of you who really, really like it. And some of you have bought it more than once. So thank you very much for that. I agree, the shirt's really freaking cool. But aside from that, I don't think I see a particular... Thing is, I myself don't have enough pool of data to say whether or not some do better than others. But in my head, as a consumer, I think I would prefer non-committal items, or things that are like smaller, like keychains, stickers. Aside from it being more affordable and more accessible, like, it's also easier to store. So there's that. Yeah. Let me see. Ina's KDTD. Which was the KDTD? I got the shirt, but I'm still waiting on the hoodie. Oh no, it hasn't been sent out yet. I hope you get it soon. If it's been a while, please contact Uwu Market. Yeah, because they handle pretty much everything. Yeah. I want the Skye shirt. I want the Skye shirt too. Okay, now aside from merch being for the fans, projects are also for the fans, but also in a non-tangible way, they are for your brand. So I think projects are very important. Another thing that I personally think is very important. So while everybody thinks meet and greets are cool, so meet and greet at a physical space. So be it a concert or a convention, physical space. This is for your existing fan base. Existing fans. Because if you now if you think about it, if I don't know who you are and I see you're having a meet and greet, I'm probably not gonna line up. Even if you are a fantastic creature that I've never seen before, I might just go about my own day at the rest of the convention hall. Sure, maybe if the staff approached me or if the VTuber called out to me, I might like stop by and say hello, but there's no guarantee that I'm actually going to become a fan, I suppose. Now, for me, in a physical space, if you are going to do advertisements in a physical space, it has to be some sort of showcase. So be it like a concert or a panel or a talk show, because this will in turn have a topic. Remember the whole thing I talked about being in the city, having a lemonade stand, right? So having this context will be your lemonade stand for what product you are showing, right? And so this will also showcase you to new people who in turn now have a reason to be like, okay, this person has something to share. And if they find it interesting, they'll think, I want to see more of it. I will check out what they do. So I'd say that also, while in my current experience going to concerts as an indie, I haven't really had to pay for anything. Especially because, well, I put together everything myself. I do think that this is the most effective, or at least more effective than this. While you do have a more intimate 1v1, if your goal is to like spread word, right? If your goal is to spread word, you're gonna get like crowds, right? You're gonna get crowds of people seeing you. And I think that's what's important. Now, it's kind of hard to keep track of unless you have the people say, oh, I saw you at this and that, or, I followed you from this event or something like that. Then you won't really know where it's coming from. So it's important to like keep track of your numbers and whatnot. And I guess, I'm not sure how much money you would end up investing into this, but say, for example, if you do go to a concert, if you want to get tuning and mixing, you'll have to pay for that. So that's another investment, especially if you go to events. Now, also, if you want to, say, for example, fly people over, that's another expense. If you want to have people on the floor, that's another expense. If you want to set up a space, that's another expense. Actually, yeah. So for like physical space, like if you want to get a table, food and drink, your tech for presentation, let me see, text or like a screen, because you can't have VTubers off a screen technically. Well, you can, but that's more setup and involvement. Like you could do what they do for the fan-made Vocaloid concerts, wherein they have them on a mosquito net and a projector screen. You need a microphone. You're also gonna need speakers. Let me see. If you have an iPad, if you want to take people around, right? So those are other expenses you have to think about as well. Now, of course, once you invest in like tech, mics, and that's just a one-time thing. But tables or spaces and food and drink, that's gonna keep happening over and over, right? Every time you go somewhere. Oh yeah, travel. Sorry, I forgot about travel. Travel as well. Travel is expensive. Okay. So, let me see. What else do we have? I've seen a lot of people discover new VTubers through seeing a meet and greet. It's probably not how most people discover VTuber though. Yeah, I do think so. Like, it's still exposure. It's like, regardless, like people are gonna see the VTuber on the screen, right? With the meet and greet and everything. And then you're gonna have like the person here up with the microphone, and then you're gonna have a guy see that, right? And he's gonna be like, wow, okay, maybe I'll check them out later. So yeah, make sure you have your like socials plastered, so that at least even if they don't come up to you, you have made yourself effectively into an advertisement space. So yeah. I still don't think it's as effective because it doesn't give, unless they approach and you have a good conversation and you strike up something interesting, you won't get new people coming in. Like in my past meet and greets, majority of the time it's people that I already know and they already know me, and maybe one, maximum two people who just were curious and they're like, hi, it's my first time seeing you. So what do you do? So those conversations maybe like once or twice throughout maybe a few of the events that I've been to, you know? So yeah. Don't forget the price for Wi-Fi. Oh yeah! Right! Buy your own Wi-Fi modem. Because convention and event space Wi-Fi is crap. That's another one-time investment. But then you also have to pay for your internet fees. And then there's also electricity. You'll probably have to pay for that at the space itself. So yeah. Let me see. Online advertisements is still more effective since most VTuber fans are online. I agree with that. I think it's very important to invest as much as you can to the people who are already looking for people to watch and are already online. So online advertisements, having yourself, if you're an indie, join spaces that have people looking for them, or like share your work that you do. Yeah. You're right about the showcase aspect. Some other aspects they're already familiar with will be much more likely to bring them in. Location of MNG plays a factor too, while online advertisement is global potentially. Yeah, I think a major problem with meet and greets, because they're physical, they are limited to the people who are on whatever part of the earth, right? For example, if the meet and greet is over here, right? M and G is over here. If I'm all the way over here, right, I'm not gonna be able to go, and I will feel FOMO, and that will make me feel sad. Especially, like, you know, like if it's like, oh, everybody's having fun, everybody's posting about it, oh, I want to go but I can't. And well, the thing is, you need to keep your, especially because VTubing is such an international thing, you need to keep everyone happy by being online. And then once the VTuber is on the screen, then the happy happens. And yeah, time zones are another issue, but I think that's just, you can't do too much about it unless you destroy your sleep schedule. So yeah. Okay. Is there anything else I want to say? Not really. So yeah. I feel like oh my god, it's almost 2:30 and I still haven't eaten lunch yet. I woke up at like 9 and I haven't even eaten breakfast. I think I should probably wrap up soon. Okay. What do you mean your fan base won't travel across the globe for 15 minutes to talk to you on a screen? Oh god. Oh god. Which is why I think it's important to bring the VTuber to the place that needs the entertainment rather than the other way around. As you know, as consumers, people love convenience. We love when a thing is just right there, ready for us to tap on it, easy for us to order some grab food and have it delivered to us at any time of the day and night, right? So if you can be convenient, you will win. Oh gosh, yeah. Okay. Oh, thank you for the concern, guys. I appreciate it. I will probably wrap up now. Ask P2 what we're gonna eat for lunch. Oh, we have leftovers. I made curry last night. It was very yummy. So I'll probably eat that again. So, take pity on me, Vanessa. I live in Ohio. Did you hear me on Ohio radio? I was on Ohio radio. They played my free run cover. Did you know? I shared it on Twitter and here, and it's on my website too. And there's a little clip of it. So I was on Ohio radio. But anyway, let me see. Nah, keep fasting stream longer. While that would be good for lowering my blood sugar, I might pass out. So I think I need to balance that. Okay. Oh, Salty Zero, thank you so much for the coffee as well. Thanks for all the help. Hang on, let me see the full message. Thanks for all. Huh? Oh, wait, hang on. Is this the right one that I'm reading? Yeah, this is the right one, right? This has been a great stream, very informative. Thanks a bunch. I'm glad, and if I could help you guys understand stuff, then I'm super happy. If you guys have any other questions, I guess I can loosen the grip on my Marshmallow bit. You can send questions there and I can answer them. And I do hope that people from all parts of the VTuber industry, be it fans, be it talents, be it managers, CEOs, whatever, I hope you're able to take something away from this and my insight. And I hope that one day this industry will be a lot more stable and more sustainable, because there's a lot of people who dream and dream big, and I know that there are a lot of people out there who want to see other people's dreams fulfilled. And I just hope that we'll all be able to do that together one day. Yeah. So let's keep doing our best, everybody. Let me see. It's honestly a cool thing for the radio station to do. Oh, I was contacted by VTune FM, and they showcased me, and it was very nice. I really appreciate them. Go check them out as well. That was the first one. Thanks for all the help today. Oh, that was the first one? Huh? Let me refresh that page. Oh my god. Thank you for the Oh my god. Thanks for all the help today. It's much appreciated. And I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you for asking such structured questions. I feel like we were able to discuss even more thanks to that. So thank you. So let's hope so, Miss Cat. I am actually just a regular human girl, contrary to popular belief. I am either a bird or a cat, it seems. But yeah. Yeah. So I'm gonna go get some food. I forgot to set the marker! This is so sad. Well, it's okay. I'm sure because I set the other marker, it's gonna be easy for me to figure out which part did I stop the Q&A. But anyway, and yes, actually, I am a fish. Believe it or not. I think I'm just having another existential crisis. But anyway, it's Skye, everybody. I hope you learned a lot today, and I do hope to stream again sometime. I'm still figuring things out because my December is pretty jam-packed because of holidays and everything, right? So when I'll be having my next streams is unclear, but I'll let you know when. So I'll post it on Twitter, Blue Sky, and YouTube. And if you guys haven't yet, please go check out my accounts and follow if you want to keep tabs on that. And yeah, I hope you guys have a wonderful day. Let's go raid into somebody. Who's live right now? Who's live? Who's live? Oh, Anya Mephisto playing Arc Raiders. Ooh. Rara Rokora. Chibi Rara reveal. Ooh. Huh. Let me see. So those two are live right now. Iris is live as well. I haven't streamed at this hour in a while. How long have they been streaming for? Let me check real quick just to make sure. Oh wait, hang on. There's a new VTuber who just recently debuted. Is it Heartsync, the name of the no? Hang on, let me subscribe to her. She has the same model artist as Raki Kazuki. I really like their art style, and I listened to her ASMR last night. Don't tell her. It was very cute, very comforting. So let me just refresh the page, so see if I can raid into them. So another new VTuber, let's go support them. Yeah. Let me see. Edit. She's just chatting. I think she's still chatting, right? How long is she? She's streamed for about an hour-ish. Hour and a half? Hour and a half. So redirect. Does she accept new redirects? No, she doesn't. Why? Maybe it's because they're new. Cotton. Kumu-chan. I can't read into her. Darn. Okay. There is manual rating, but I think for the sake of convenience, let's also go right into Rokora. Hang on. Rara. I've actually never really interacted. Oh my god, that's so cute. What the heck? That's a really cute model. I've never interacted with her before. But sure. Let's go right into Rara. Alright, let's Skye everybody. Strawberry! Guys! Fine. Okay, fine. You know what? We can do... Why don't we do this manual raid and regular raid just cuz. Okay. Actually, no. You know what? I feel like it'd be rude if I did 2 raids. So I'll remove the initial one. Okay. So let me copy paste the link here. Skye, remember to be kind, courteous, and on topic. You only need to say Skye raid once, and you only need to mention us if the streamer asks Kumu-chan. Otherwise, please focus solely on Kumu-chan. And I hope you send her all your love and support. All right, here's the link. That's the manual raid. Our raid message is Skye raid as usual. And I will see you guys when I see you. And thank you so much as always for all of your support. Mwah! Thank you, Skylights, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye. Bye bye. Manya.